We will have a public hearing here at 6:15. I'll read this header. So the Board of Commissioners of the City of Mount Juliet will consider the following on second and final reading on the June 10th meeting. These two items are to amend the fiscal year 2023-24 budget to approve funds for the Pleasant Grove at Central Pike Always Stop project. The second item is to amend the fiscal year 2023-24 budget to appropriate funds for the Safe Streets SS4A project that was recently awarded. The public is invited to attend and comment. So what we have here is we have a public comment period on these two items. If you would like to make a comment to the Board of Commissioners on either of these two items, I would ask you to come forward and give your name and address for the record, please. And you'll be recognized for 3 minutes. Okay, seeing none for comments on these two items, we'll close the public hearing and we'll reconvene for our regular meeting at 6:30. Good evening. Today is June 10th, and I'll hereby call the meeting of the Board of Commissioners to order. We have a quorum pursuant to City Code 62210, and we'll proceed with the conducting of the business of the City of Mount Juliet. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out to the meeting tonight of the Board of Commissioners. My name is Mayor James Maness, and on behalf of the Commission staff, I want to welcome you to tonight's meeting. Tennessee law gives every Tennessean the right to attend the City Commission meetings and observe their government doing business. We appreciate each and every one of you taking time out of your personal schedules to be here tonight and to see how your government works. And with that, we'll move into our first item that's on the agenda, which is to set the agenda. Is there any objection to setting the agenda as published? So hearing none, we'll set the agenda as published. We have a 310-page packet to go through tonight. 2 items on unfinished business and another 14 items on new business. If you don't have a copy of the agendas, they're by the wire baskets by the door. I think our city recorder and deputy city managers made 3 printings of them, so we hope everyone's got one that wants a copy of that. If you're watching online, you can follow along with the agenda online as well. So our next item is our invocation and pledge of allegiance. I'll ask our PIO, Mr. Justin Beasley, if you'd come forward and lead us in the invocation and pledge of allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor. If y'all will stand with me. Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the ability to gather here and discuss many of the important topics that face our city, Lord. We thank you for Mount Juliet and our 51-year incorporated history and what it stands for. Lord, we also thank you for our elected body, the time, energy, and resources that they put forth, the sacrifices they make away from their family for the betterment of our city, Lord. We give immense gratitude for. Lord, we also thank you for our city staff that works hard for this city. We thank you for the citizens within our community and those that are sacrificing time away from their family to come tonight to express their opinion as well. Lord, we thank them as well. Just please continue to watch over us, guide us, protect us, give us your wisdom and discernment. And Lord, to also please look over our brave men and women of our fire and police departments as they sacrifice their lives daily for us, Lord. We give you the honor, the praise, and the glory. It's in your name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Beasley. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. We have 3 different sets, one set from our April 22nd meeting. Do you want to vote on these separately, or? Okay, we'll take them separately. The first set will be April 22nd. Is there a motion? A motion. Second. Any questions or comments on April 22nd's minutes? All right, all in favor of the minutes, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes. The next set is from May 7th. I'll make a motion that we adopt. Second. Any questions or comments on May 7th? All in favor of the May 7th minutes, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? We have 1 abstention, but it passes. The next item is a joint session from May 9th. I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on this? All right, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So it passes with 1 abstention on 5C. So now we're at the point on our agenda. We've got past the minutes. Next item is citizen comments. In order to conduct an effective business-like meeting, the Board of Commissioners have adopted just a few simple rules for this period, and this is pursuant to City Code Chapter 2, Section 2, 220, and it authorizes everyone the ability to speak to the Board of Commissioners for 3 minutes. We just ask that you give your name and address for the record, please, before you start, that you address the comments to the mayor, The board is not obligated to answer questions from the floor, but we are taking comments on this. When just the third thing is we ask that you avoid inappropriate language, profanity, or any other inappropriate actions, keeping in mind that this is being live streamed, and keep it PG, please. But with that, I'll open the floor and I'll recognize you if you'd like to come forward and give your name and address for the record. Good evening.
Kelsey Glen Drive in Kelsey Glen community. Can you hear me clearly? All right. I want to bring up a couple of concerns that we have with the proposal of a new project and subdivision called Whispering Meadows. We have some concerns with that subdivision as far as the creation of that subdivision within an already existing community of Kelsey Glen. Some of the points of matter of concerns is utilizing an existing access lane, Ritter Drive, that already has a 16 homes that are already developed on that access lane. Understanding that the access lane code maximum is 25 homes. With the Whispering Meadows plans, they are asking for an additional amount of homes on there that would extend the 16 homes over there to 52% over the allotted amount. And we have a concern with that particular request of waiving that regulation. We think that the committee has already put some mindful and thoughtful thoughts into what the access lanes should be allowed to have. And we do have concerns with the amount of homes on that access lane as well as the traffic. Also, there's some concerns with the development of the homes that Whispering Meadows is looking to put within that community. They have changed the variance of those homes from being 50% brick to 70% brick, down to less than 25% of the homes being brick, the rest of them using siding. That's a concern for Kelsey Glen community, as well as the aesthetics of the community and the quality of the homes that are aligned within the Kelsey Glen community. There's concerns on the value with that being stated as well. A few other areas that I want to state is also the sizes of the lots does not align with the existing communities around there, like Kelsey Glen. They're a lot smaller. The right-of-ways are not as equal as the ones in Kelsey Glen, including all of the setbacks are on an average of 40% back as far as the distance. And so the concerns that we have with that is the community within the community for us makes it confusing for already existing homeowners and the maturity of Kelsey Glen. Also, with the use of the access lane as the primary right-of-way into this new subdivision, and not considering other ones like the West Connector that was once part of the discussion of the building of the subdivision. And the new proposal, they have removed aligning with using the West Connecting and making that going through Kelsey Glen and Ritter Road as the primary connection. We have some major concerns with that for those purposes. Also with the through traffic and the safety of our children's in the area. And we just want to make sure that the committee, when they look at this in a well and thoughtful manner. We're not opposed to the growth of Mount Juliet, but we do also want to make sure that the growth of Mount Juliet, including these areas, are put forth in a well-developed plan manner. And this is one that we think right now should be deferred until the Western Connector is put forth, and then revisited at that point where it can be developed in a more mature manner. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Folks, I'd ask you please not do the applause, please. Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Doug Giacomelli, 5010 Winslow Drive, also a resident of Kelsey Glen. And also in regards to 12B and 12C and our rezoning that we're looking at for Whispering Meadows. From all of the meetings I've been to previously, I do believe that the board has previously decided that the Western Connector was indefinitely deferred because of the fact that we had not adequately done an actual economic, environmental, or traffic study yet, and that was deferred for that reason. The only reason I bring that up is because of the fact that in a lot of the comments and a lot of the recommendations, I see recommendations alluding to the Western Connector being John Wright Road. And I think we're kind of getting ourselves a little bit ahead of that by assuming that at this point. The comment I want to make in addition to what Cleveland had made there is one of the biggest criticisms that the city of Mount Juliet, as well as many of the other local Nashville suburbs gets, is that we constantly don't take into account our infrastructure before we kind of jump into the development and putting that cart before the horse. I think we have a lot of issues going around the area, all good, all great for growth, but with Old Lebanon Dirt Road currently under construction without a defined timeline, with the interchange at 40 and Central Pike without a defined timeline, with Pleasant Grove still kind of being worked on how that's going to be affected, I'm concerned that with all of this happening in a small area, if this all does happen at the same time, we're really going to be causing a problem with traffic that we can't handle, which we're already struggling with as it is. I commend the board for their safety initiatives they're doing, especially with the lights that they're looking to put at Central Pike and Pleasant Grove. Although I am also concerned with what that could do to back up traffic, especially if we're going to have construction traffic from the interchange as well as a potential new development here and on Pleasant Grove all going up at the same time. So I guess what I'm recommending or suggesting to the board as we're kind of thinking through this is if this is the case and if this is the right thing to do, is this the right time to do it? I would almost suggest that we wait until we know where our Western Connector is going to go. Maybe wait until we know what our defined timelines are for these other projects, because it's not just going to affect the hundreds of people in Kelsey Glen or those few people on John Wright, but it's going to affect the entire area that uses all those access roads to try to get in and out of Mount Juliet and utilizing those as a workaround even to get into Providence at this point. And the last comment I also want to make on a reference, I mentioned commending you on the safety standards. Right now, if we utilize Ritter Road, that is actually directly between Colby and Grayson Circle, which, as I understand, are two of the arguably most busy bus stops that we have for our children that are in grade school and middle school, and they're constantly running across the streets there. The last thing we need is construction traffic going in there when these buses are unloading these kids that aren't paying attention, especially in that particular area. So I please ask you to take those into consideration as you listen to some of these opportunities.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Stephen Heckendorf, 393 Page Drive. I'll mix it up a little bit, and I was going to talk about the Everett Downs development on North Mount Juliet Road. There's some concerns I have around it. We just have, obviously, Costco open, which was fantastic, and that's East Division. So if this development is going to be 117 apartments, single bedroom apartments that are going to be try to be put in this space. Again, we're talking about 11 and a half, a little over 11 and a half acres from what I see on the development map here. Definitely some concerns packing all those apartments into that space along with the development, which will be great to have more businesses and different access points. Concern, obviously, there's a bend there in the road. I don't know if there's going to be access to go out on North Mount Juliet Road. That's concerning. Everybody taking lefts already. We have difficulty up near the corner, people taking lefts or trying to take lefts. And then it's also East Division there's not that much space on East Division. And it's only a single lane on each side. So it's a two lane road. And then people trying to access that. So again, we're doing 117 apartments. You have to guess that if it's a couple, they're both going to have cars. So you're talking 200 vehicles. Definitely concerned. And then add in more commercial or more development in that area. I think that's just a lot of vehicles, and you can't put another street light there because you're right backed up to East Division and North Mount Juliet Road. So those are kind of my concerns. I'm glad to hear the discussion that's going to take place. So thank you all.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your comments. Anyone else?
David Rast, 8017 Ritter Drive, Kelsey Glen as well. I know most of you, both within this chambers and outside of these chambers, and hopefully I won't get anybody any scorning me while I'm talking. I'm just going to read. It's a better writer than I am a talker. Hopefully I can add some more information. If not, I'm going to just go ahead and repeat some things that Cleveland already said. First of all, from a development standpoint, when Jones was developing Kelsey Glen, They presented a design for Ritter Drive to the city, which included potential future phases on Dr. Wright's property. And the city advised them at that time that if they wanted to add additional homes on Ritter, they would have to upgrade Ritter Drive from an access lane to an access street. And that would be from a 50-footer right away and 22 feet of pavement, which is out there today, to an access street, 55 feet of right away and 24 feet of pavement. Based on this requirement and their uncertainty of moving on to additional phases, Jones decided to just decline and leave their design the way it was and as an access lane. The new developer is going to argue that the difference between access lane and access street is insignificant, but I contend it does not meet city development codes standards. The city standards were created to provide consistency and basic requirements for development. If Jones was not allowed to add more homes on an access lane without widening, then this development should be denied as well. From a property perspective, the developer purchased a portion of Dr. Wright's property that had an address on John Wright Road. But because they only purchased a portion of the property, that parcel that they purchased had no access to a city or county street. In March of 24, the developer filed a quitclaim deed, which described the property with a legal description, along with a statement that the property address is to now be known conveniently as 8025 Ritter Drive. I trust that you follow what the developer did here. He created his own problem, then solved it by filing a deed which forced access to Ritter Drive. My mother always told me to smell the milk before I drank it just to see it was okay, and this one just doesn't smell right. When the Planning Commission reviewed the PMDP, it was sent to this body with a negative recommendation for several reasons. One was construction traffic. That was the number one item that was discussed. Developer did not show a means for construction development, which didn't impact the residents of Kelsey Glen. Obviously, Kelsey Glen was subject to constant disruption of traffic, flat tires, damage, and disruptions to our quality of life during the construction of all the phases of Kelsey Glen. Now that our neighborhood is finally complete, we're now being asked to sit quietly with 5 years of construction takes place. I asked this body if you would want this in your neighborhood, and whether you'd want your constituents to endure this construction traffic. From a PMDP standpoint, the developers requested variances from section 5-104.4, minimum brick facade, which is lower than Kelsey Glen. The general design standards
You're over your
specifically
time,
state,
Mr. Rast.
Oh, can I finish up?
Make
I'll
it
wrap
quick.
up. The general design standards also specifically state that cul-de-sac streets shall serve no more than 14 homes. They're asking to exceed that by 164%. If for some unknown reason this body decides to approve the PMDP, there should be a minimum requirement for the developer to build homes of greater quality and value than those on Ritter Drive, as well as requiring the developer provide a construction access not in Kelsey Glen. If they cannot or will not meet these basic demands, their application should be denied.
All right. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir. Sorry, no, please.
No clapping.
Please, sir. Please. I'm sorry. Please, no. Thank you. Your name and address for the record.
Hi, Malta Petrol, 7037 Bennett Drive. And I'm up about West Spring Meadows also. I just have two things to add. So I agree with what everybody else said. But one thing I wanted to think about was a precedence. So we have 8 roads that dead end or on a cul-de-sac that you can see is going to either be some other developer come in. And so I think we need to be careful about what we approve when somebody else could buy 50 acres or whatever, and then all that traffic have to come through. So traffic is a big concern of mine. If you take the national average of each home doing 2.4 trips a day, that puts just on Ritter Drive, 50 extra cars, let alone lawn, care people, delivery trucks, everything else, even after the construction. So, that's a big concern for, access to Kelsey Glen for, what are we going to have, 8 different subdivisions coming off of our subdivision? It doesn't make any sense. So I don't know how this developer bought the property and what all they did, but subdivisions within subdivisions with no access to more than one access, let me put it that way, doesn't make any sense. Oh, and the other thing is there's also some flood zone within that property. And so I want to be sure that you all are considering the environmental risk for that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Aye.
I'm Pam Adams, 1125 Camden Circle in Kelsey Glen. I don't have a whole lot more that I can add that's not already been said, but I came to be heard. So I just want to just give my points. Not eloquent. I don't know all the laws and all the rules, but I just know as a citizen of that community, how detrimental it would be for Kelsey Glen. What's already been said, putting a development within our development. And not only that, but substandard to the development that's already there. I feel like it would really be damaging to the property values for those people that bought there and bought that type of home in that area. They people on that street bought that. They have their cul-de-sac, they have their children, they have that area that is their home now, and it would totally be disrupted and total inconvenience. The other thing is access, coming in and out with the construction, which has already been mentioned too. They can't access through Wright Road apparently, so you're going to have to come in through Old Lebanon Dirt Road, through Kelsey Glen, the whole way down to the other side, which is already in and out of there so bad with the construction and the work that's going on now. But the fact that all that construction and workers would be going through our masses of children with 530 homes, I'm not even sure, already, probably 2-car homes, some have 3. The amount of traffic in there is already excessive. And I think the danger to our children and the detrimental effect it would have on our community, it just is enough said. And I hope that you will take our considerations and our objections to heart.
Thank you, ma'am.
Joseph Gould, 1013 Kelsey Glen Drive. Along with all the rest of Kelsey Glen, I mean, we've had a lot of internal dialogue in this past year. We've got good at communicating with each other. And I can pretty much say with certainty, there's close of the 530 homes, we cannot know anyone in our subdivision who would be in favor of this. So I would just encourage y'all to recognize that there are over 1,000 of your constituents do not like this plan. Second, I'd like to finish just one paragraph that David didn't get to finish. So, lastly, this body is elected to represent the citizens of Mount Juliet. As such, we hold you to a higher standard of ethics in your deliberations and decision-making. I understand that a member of the commission may abstain from voting tonight on this item due to a conflict. I contend that your voters would further expect that any member of this body that is either directly involved in this development or in any way financially connected to this development abstain from voting as well. It is the ethical thing to do. And as a side note, something this large, I think you all should be very concerned if you're not unanimous in your opinion on this. This is not the kind of thing to do with a conflicted group. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Eric Lopez. I'm on 9005 Grayson Circle. And the reason why we're all here, obviously, is community. And what drives our community is family. And the biggest reason that why we're all here is what this gentleman right here said, is our children. Especially for me, I'm the father of 2 and the uncle of 1 of the 3 children who get dropped off on Grayson Circle. And currently, Oxford Drive, as our wonderful police officers would imagine and can know, is a speed zone. My children know that they're not allowed near Oxford Drive, so it's only going to get worse. And with construction traffic, we can't support it. So I respect the decisions you'll make, but please consider ours.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Trisha Farmer. I live at 8015 Ritter Drive, and I have my statement. I'm just going to read it. I emailed you all photos of our property. When we purchased our lots, it was on the belief that it was a cul-de-sac. The photos that you received, the plot lines all show a cul-de-sac. And while I understand that development happens and we can't really stop it, I do think the precedent for turning an existing cul-de-sac that does not have a sign that it's going to be future, that was not marketed to the residents who bought their homes there, that precedent is very it's very, it's as someone who personally lives there, it makes me very upset. This is our second home we built in Kelsey Glen. So our first one, it was on a slope, and we decided we didn't like it, so we built again in the back, and we purposefully picked out that lot because of its grade and because it was on a cul-de-sac, just like many of the other people that live on that street as well. And I would just ask that, I understand we can't limit progress, right? And Kent are beautiful properties. Those tracks are beautiful. But I believe, and many of us believe, that turning a cul-de-sac that was marketed and sold to everyone there, and Jones even believed it was that way as well, which is why they did not further develop that land, would be wrong. Just at the end of the day, to take that away from people that already are existing, that would be wrong. And lastly, I would just say that the developer knew that this tract of land was landlocked and gotten themselves in this corner all by themselves, right? So in doing so, they're forcing this body to overturn existing zoning and variances that were already in existence. And if this body moves forward with approving a development using such methods, what good are zoning laws, and what good is it to market homes in this way as a neighborhood if later someone can come back and then knock through an existing cul-de-sac, take away the green space that was required for that neighborhood to be in existence, and then to take away the place where families, they all play. We have 8 boys that play in that cul-de-sac and play hockey. And I would hope that you would take into consideration those that already live here, than the 22 or so families that would potentially live there. And my phone just died, so I'll just leave it with that. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Oh, and also the Planning Commission did vote negatively on this. So I would just ask that you would consider not only the families, but also the professional opinions of your colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ryan Lovelace, CSDG. We're the civil engineers and land planners on this job. As I was coming in tonight, I was thinking how normally I come in front of you with 300 lot subdivisions, 200 lot subdivisions, larger ones. So it's nice to come in front of you on a small 24 lot subdivision. This is a very small subdivision. Land use policy is medium density. We're asking for a low density zoning of the RS 30, 1.2 units an acre. So again, very low. It's a great subdivision. We have a park, we have many trails, have a parking lot for the historic cemetery that we're obviously keeping back in the back corner. I think it's also great that we are not stubbing to the north. We're actually putting a true cul-de-sac here so that the stub road won't have a future connection to the north, eventually getting Old Lebanon Dirt Road. I know there's a lot of concern about traffic, but extending this and creating a true cul-de-sac here instead of stub, I know it's uncomfortable right now, but I think that's probably a big win for our folks and the Kelsey Glen folks in the future. So great subdivision, we think, very small, 24 lots, and would love to answer any questions that you guys might have as you bring this item up later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for citizen comments?
My name's Ron Tebow. I live at 8009 Ritter Drive. I'm going to talk nice and loud because it's really hard to hear out there. But I agree pretty much with everything everyone said so far. We've got 2 kids, purchased the house basically on Ritter just because it was on the cul-de-sac. Not just because, but that was one big reason. But I also just wanted to give a chance for people that live in Kelsey Glen to raise their hands so we can see how many are from Kelsey Glen. So I'd say like 80-90% of people. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for citizen comments? Unlike the Planning Commission, we don't take comments at the item. So if you have comments for the Board of Commissioners, this is your opportunity. So I don't want to close it. If anybody else has got anything that they want to add for it before we go into continue on with the agenda. If you come forward, sir. No, you don't speak at the item here at this. So if you want to address the board, this is your opportunity to come forward. Just want to make sure everyone's got the opportunity. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, any item that you want to address, this is your opportunity.
Your turn. Here we go. All right. My name is Hans Schlegel, 990 York Road. And I am curious. I know maybe you won't comment, but have you guys all drove York Road?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Ray, we know you have. All right. Now, some of you guys might think that York Road is full of fancy people and everything, but I'm here to tell you that I'm the son of a third-generation farmer. And my mom was an immigrant from an orphanage in Germany. So I drive a 2012 Chevy rusted out Silverado. So I love the fact that we get to have this conversation as citizens in America. I love and because there's only 5 of you and you don't have the capacity to see, to do, to hear, to do everything. So you're relying on these people for your feedback. I love that. Now I can't speak to whatever Kelsey Glen is, and I can't speak to Rutland Drive or any of that, but I do know York Road, and I do feel like I'm an authority on that. So let me be clear. I'm not against the development of the land, but the way that it stands right now with it flowing the traffic onto York Road it's going to be crippling to the liability on Mount Juliet. There's just no way around it. Honestly, I'm surprised that we're even still here, that this is even for a debate, because the Planning Commission with Moss Farms, we have a precedent that's already been set. Moss Farms, we were all in agreement. It didn't need to connect to York Road. The Planning Commission, the Board of Commissioners, you guys all agreed that it wasn't safe for the residents to be connected onto York Road. And even so, you knew it wasn't even safe for the construction traffic. That's in that ordinance for the clearance of Moss Farms. So I don't know nothing's changed to York Road right now. It hasn't. But if it approves right now, it's the liability is crazy. I know that the big news has been going around on the traffic study that was conducted. And that traffic study was on March 26th because I texted out to the rest of York Road, hey, be careful. There's a guy doing a traffic study here on the blind corner. When I asked him to move, hey, this isn't safe for you to sit here because we can't see you. He said, well, there's no other place that's safer for me to sit on this road. And so I texted out. But it's not just the impact on us as citizens. I'm speaking on behalf of the 80 homes that are going to go in there. I'm speaking on the behalf of the citizens of Mount Juliet, because the police are here. Love the police. I hear you guys flying down the road. Well, I'm at the end. I'm a quarter mile from the shooting range. You guys are responding. When the riots were happening in downtown Nashville, those 6 armored trucks, they were flying. I was like, what is coming over the hill? But if we have traffic just getting on this 2-lane road onto Lebanon Road, we're talking when seconds matter to people, life and death. Like we can't have the police backed up there. We just can't. And they'll speak to the rest of it, but I'm just letting you know, as an expert on that road, precedent's already been set. The solution is connected to Moss. It's already city approved. The roads can handle it. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Thank you, sir.
Don Askew, 101 York Road. We've got the York Century Farm there since 1897, 215 acres. And I visited planning recently, and they tell me they don't see need for it to connect to York Road. It is put a cul-de-sac down here on the southeast corner, and you get 6 houses on a stub. It's well below your 24, 5, 6 foot limit. The lot count is below the requirement for two accesses. The sewer that's going to go east to Moss, last I heard, and it would be a while before they can start construction until that gets there. When Moss was here on October 22, as Hans said, y'all have voted that York Road was inadequate for traffic, inadequate for construction traffic. So that was nothing's changed on York Road, as it says. So any vote to the contrary would be contradicting your prior vote as of about 18 months ago. The traffic count was 822 ins and outs in 24 hours. The road is narrow, 24-foot right of way, many sharp curves. The 45 degree to the right, that is partly blind, and a 60 left and 90 left. and then a 90-degree right or less than 90 that is blind both ways through the land. That's just a disaster in the making. Somebody walk around on the inside, not paying attention, earbuds and phone in the hand. Here comes the speeding car. You can have just a terrible disaster. And I would imagine lawsuits would follow. My inquiry say that the city and the developer will be liable for putting traffic on that road that leads to such a tragedy. So, and the suits in Saundersville for the big wreck on Saundersville Road sometime back where a young lady lost her life. And public safety is an overriding concern for this. And the liability and the public safety be alleviated by using the access road through Moss. It's already there. It's here on this plat. I hope you've seen it the last few days. That take care of those roads we built to city standards, take the load, no 90-degree turns. So that would be much better public safety wise, which is the overriding concern here. For all the reasons above, we ask you to continue to not include York Road in any developments because you just can't handle it. But like Hans said, we do applaud the larger lots that are more refreshing than some of these smaller things that we've seen. So we ask you to continue your wisdom of not putting public safety at risk with putting trucks on York. Some of the city trucks can't even make the turn up there on the top of the hill. So I don't know how anything any larger than that could ever make it. So just continue the wisdom of not including York Road in any development because you just can't handle it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Jennifer Eskew. That's obviously my dad. I live on 101 York Road and have been part of Mount Juliet, Lebanon, obviously for my whole life. My focus is really around the road. Having been there and growing up there with my grandparents and the great-grandparents and the great-great-grandparents, right? So there's a lot of history there. So York Road obviously is not, like my dad said, like Hans said, it's not sustainable for the amount of traffic that is proposed. The road is short, it's dangerous, right? You all know. Multiple blind curves. The last one is double blind on both sides. And, it's a short road. Takes me about 45 minutes round trip to walk, and I'm not fast, right? My fast days are done. And so obviously with a lot of more people, it's going to be harder for folks to get out. Police cars, it's going to be harder for them to get out. Obviously, there is no light. There was no mention last time we were here last month. There was no mention of doing another light or annexing the county road. And that was the other thing. It's a county road, and so it's not built for the construction traffic that would be proposed. It'll damage the road. And probably, I think there was conversations around it would be another 5 years or so. So we would have a damaged road for 5 years until the Moss area is all ready to access the stub road. And, it's as part of it, and if we also think about the wildlife, because it is 215 acres around there are lots of deer. The deer don't really pay attention to traffic signals or cars. They kind of go and do whatever they want to do. And so they'll be, jumping out. Deer will be unhappy. Cars will be damaged. People are attached to cars. So there will be some, issues there as well. And so those are just some of the things that, and there'll be more. Obviously, the firing range is right at the end. Potential for, mishaps there, which somebody else will talk a little bit more about. But just thinking about from again, not opposed for the development, people need to live somewhere, but it's just thinking about, can the road sustain the amount of traffic? Can it sustain the load that it'll hold? And it can't. So please take that in consideration as you're making your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Purcell. I live at 995. I've been there about 9 years with my husband, and we love it there. It's an amazing place to live. And I was kind of known for walking this little beagle dog, RB. RB's been there 19 years. She grew up on the farm. And I was asking one of the workers about walking her on the city property down that road and next to the river. And I was told, no, you can't walk down here because it's a liability because of the firing range. And so I was thinking, if just me walking down way on the other side is going to be a liability. and you want to put all these houses right next to it, I really don't want to lose the firing range because I really like the fact that the police go up and down the street all day long. It makes me feel very safe. And I would like to keep the firing range there. But it's loud. I mean, we are a quarter of a mile away, and when sometimes they get a little overzealous, those guys, and they go down there like way before 8 and start firing, and it wakes us up, and we're a quarter of a mile away. So I'm just wanted to say that, if you're going to put these houses right next to this firing range, you may want to think about, one, the liability, and plus, the fact that these people are going to complain. I mean, waiver or no waiver, once they hear how loud it is, they're not going to be happy, So that would be another thing to think about. The other thing is, we do have a lot of wildlife, and I've got, I know that's probably not a concern, but I just hate to see all the animals, have their homes taken, their habitat ruined. There was a bobcat walking down the street the other day, and it was just so cool to see that. But I'm sure it was probably because he lost his home up there on Moss. My fear is that he's going to come over. A lot of the animals will now, because there's a group of coyotes that travel that whole route. And I have animals, I have pets, and I worry about them, being in danger when all the wildlife starts to run. Anyway, there is, a liability issue, I think, with the firing range. I hope that you will consider when you do the vote. So thank you for your time, and thanks for all that you do for Mount Juliet.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, y'all. I'm Greg Fast, 451 York Road, former Californian from 30 years ago. So when I say y'all, that's a long way from California, before it was hip to move here. Listen, I was going to bring my grandchildren again, but they're at VBS, so they're busy. I was going to bring the babies, but they wouldn't sit still. Kelsey Glenn, by the way, did a great job on that. Nice work. So yeah, York Road. And Ray, I know you think we're like sissies up there. Why would anybody else comment there in good old York Road? Well, listen, we inherited York Road. I mean, the fact is, nobody's ever complained about having city trucks going by with, debris. I mean, that takes care of the city. That's great. Nobody ever says anything about the police. The other day, Chief was going by with 6 or 7 people, and my dog, unfortunately, was chasing him. But the fact is that we've coexisted quite nicely. And, even if it didn't have 5 curves, just the fact that we've got this use that's very helpful. So I wanted to start by saying thank you to Don Eskew and his family. They have 215 acres there. Now, I'm from California. Open spaces, not many. And the fact that these guys, if Moss sold for $9 million and these guys sold for $4 million, I don't know what this would go for, but I'm so grateful for these guys to not have cashed in. And I just can't believe that. Hans, who just spoke, he went ahead and bought the 20 acres at one of the bends just to keep the place open. And, a spectacular move, Hans. I love that. So, we're just, and one of the things, Scott, you said about, I think it was last time, that, you're going to put in a sidewalk. Well, the sidewalk was going to go along where Moss was, and it was going to end. So it wasn't truly a sidewalk. And you say, well, get off the road. Why are you guys hanging out on the road? Because that's what we've done for 25 years that I've lived there. And so the fact is, at the end of the day, I have a scripture, and I wanted to read it. Proverbs 21. The king's heart is in the hand of the Lord. As rivers of water, he turns it wherever he will. A little bit like York, but rivers of water, he turns it where he will. Every way of a man or woman is right in his own eyes, but the Lord ponders the hearts. So I'm just, I think the stub rope's the answer through Moss. I understand, Ray, we're talking about how many years you have to wait and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it's just not a safe place to consider building it out. So I'm going to do something very strange. I'm going to pray. Lord, I just thank you that I love these guys, Kenny and Ray, and Scott, and the mayor, and even Bill and Jennifer, I don't know that well. And so I just ask, Father, that you would move in their hearts, that they would see wisdom in this. And if this is your will, then we'll accept it. Thank you for this neighborhood and the neighbors that have galvanized together. It means a lot to me, as does this city. In your name, Amen. Bam.
Amen.
1 second left.
Hi, I'm Jessica Sweet. I'm at 60 East Caldwell Street. I just wanted to step up and discuss something a little different. Item 14B, the resolution to purchase some of the neighboring property here to City Hall. I just wanted to thank y'all for considering this, for potentially being able to make a bigger downtown that has input from from the city, and just wanted to speak positively on that for when y'all consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to address the Board of Commissioners? Hey, Chief Mullins, could you check in the hallway and around? I just want to make sure everybody's got an opportunity that wants to address us before we close citizen comments and move on with the agenda. And I want to point out this is for anything on the agenda that you want to speak to or anything that you want to bring to our attention here tonight. I'd like the Planning Commission, we don't take public comments on the items, so this is your opportunity. I want to make sure everybody gets an opportunity to speak. We're good? All right. Seeing no one else, we'll close citizen comments and move on with the remainder of our agenda. With that, we'll move to Commissioner comments and reports. I recognize Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everybody for coming out and giving us the input. And most of you have heard about the proposed recreation/aquatic center that we are working on. Excuse me. We recently took a field trip, went to Mason, Ohio, and then down into what's it, Bowling Green, Kentucky, I think it was. Yeah. So I want to thank Vice Mayor Juliet for kind of leading us out on that. Going to Mason, Ohio, we didn't know anything of that nature existed. It was gorgeous, and got some really good information. We had another work session last Thursday? Yeah, last Thursday night, and got some more great ideas. And now this Thursday, we're going to be asking for public input. So those of you that would like to give us some input as to what you'd like to see in the proposed recreation/aquatic center, we'll be at the paper mill down here on North Mount Juliet Road. We're down there from 6 o'clock to 7:30, and come down here. You can buy your food, have dinner, and give us all the feedback that you can give us, and we'll have a good conversation about what we want to see in the new aquatic center. So, and I believe, Mayor, is at this point that's all I've got. Right.
All right, thank you, sir.
Voice.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. All the families that came out tonight, really appreciate it. Folks that are online, it's always hard to see your neighborhood either expand or that beautiful common space. We've actually experienced that now 3 times in Hickory Hills, some being county and some being part of the city. It's something that I would love to have had a big turnout like this when we were arguing our cases for those 2 developments. But unfortunately, not everybody is as passionate as you guys are tonight. So thank you. I took a lot of notes just so you guys understand, that when you are speaking, some of us may be looking down every project. I take notes over here to make sure that we get those answered because there's a lot of good questions here tonight. So if you don't stick around tonight, you can go back on the recording and listen to it. But I think I took some pretty good notes to go back when this project does come to the topic, that we can go back and ask these questions with the developer along with our city planners and just make sure that we get your questions answered to the best of to my ability at least. So that's what we do when we look down here. I'm not checking my text messages. I'm actually taking notes for all of you. Thank you for all the folks that did email me this week. And I do apologize. I was actually on vacation this past week. So if I have not responded to you yet, I will, hopefully by the next 24 hours. But no, thank you for keeping those emails coming in, and 3 generations to the farming family. I apologize, sir. I did not get your name. I was so into all the note taking, but some very good points there. So thank you. Hans? Yes. Would love to get a chance to have a cup of coffee with you, hear more about three generations. That's amazing. And I'll buy the cup of coffee, by the way. Congratulations to all the customers that I went to Costco. You guys didn't have to go to Hendersonville or anywhere else. I know my wife's happy. She's not having to travel across to our competitors, along with other parts of the state, to give them all of our tax dollars. So looking forward to seeing more families out there. And, of course, when these big stores come, guess what comes? Development, more development. That's the bad part. And I tell all my neighbors, hey, this is the time that, if you want green space, please invest in your neighbors, invest in the green space, and start buying up land. That's the time that we all want to jump into. And it sounds like, buying an extra 20 acres just to be able to make sure that that area is secured is also a blessing there for you and your family. So one last thing, when it comes to our kids, for everybody that's out there, listen, I'm there with you. It's all about our kids. It's all about making sure that they're in a great environment. Our first responders, that's why this board up here pushes so hard to make sure we've got the best of the best when it comes to safety. And then we also work together with our Board of Education team and talk to them about what, is coming down the pipeline when it comes to development, as well as just what our schools are bringing to the table to make sure that we are competitive in the industry of different school districts and so forth. But for us, it's about that, community environment. And I think it's important for all of us, to realize that, for our kids, making sure that they are safe. If these projects do go, if they do move forward for any reason, that we do look out for the best interest of our community. And that's where we need you, the eyes and ears, to make sure that we report back to our first responders and our police department, our city manager, to your commissioners, and let them know so we can be a thorn back in these developers' sides to slow them down, make sure that they're respecting our existing communities and our existing homeowners. I'm dealing with that right now with a couple other developments. They're tearing up the roads. They're making a mess. They're coming in with big pieces of equipment. They're not familiar with the area, so they're not following all the stop signs. And I'm reaching out to our police chief, our deputy chief, and every police, I'm just calling the non-emergency line and just making calls just like a regular citizen does. So please help us be the eyes and ears with all of these right here. It's very important for us to make sure our kids are safe, as well as the folks that are out there walking the neighborhood. So Mayor, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll recognize Commissioner Hefner for his report.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate everybody coming out this evening and watching online. It does mean a lot. It does make a difference to hear from you all. It is, as the gentleman mentioned, it is difficult to get around and get that feedback. It's near impossible. So I really do appreciate it. One of these projects is in my district, Kelsey Glen. So I received, I don't know, probably 20, 25 emails. I think I responded to all of them. If I didn't, I apologize. I too was out on vacation for a couple of weeks. So, but I want to give you, each and every one of you, big thanks for coming out, and also for reaching out via email. It means a lot. Want to say, and as we're going to get into this during the budget, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but I want to give big props and thanks to the department heads, Kenny Martin, Sheila, Dana, department heads, for working on the budget. Wasn't here for the workshop. I did read through the budget quite extensively. Understand there's some cuts that were made, so looking forward to get into that. But I did want to give a big thanks to all your efforts. We're going into some uncertainty in terms of economic times. We've got a major event coming up November 5th that's going to potentially affect either positively or very negatively the economic outlook of the United States, which affects ultimately this Tennessee and the city of Mount Juliet. So that's a huge unknown. The city of Mount Juliet saw a revenue increase of roughly 5%, 6% last year. Well, inflation was 5%, 6%. So inflation rates went up, our revenue went up equal to. My concern is, again, you'll hear more of this later. We had population increase. And we also had an average household income increase. We're actually number 2, second to Brentwood in terms of total income, household income. So those to me are, when you have a 5% growth in revenue and you have population growth and you have expansion in household income, that tells me is a negative. That tells me there's a drop in revenue, not an increase. So just some things that I've been thinking through. We'll get into a little bit more in the budget, but I did want to touch on that and give thanks to that. Sorry, I'm not trying to be arrogant, as someone might call out, but these are facts. These are facts. Big shout out. Finally got Costco, open the doors. Congratulations. Really looking to see in 6 months what the revenue trend's going to be there, to see if their projections of $250 million a year are going to come in. So really looking to seeing that in 6 months. Also to thoughts and prayers to Brooke Bradshire, the young mother and her 12-year-old daughter that was killed on East Division Street due to a commercial vehicle. I believe it was a cement truck. So thoughts and prayers go out to her and her family and her loved ones. Congratulations, City of Mount Juliet, and all those that came before me, and some still here, on a AAA rating, bond rating, S&P, which is a big deal. It's a huge deal. What that means to the City of Mount Juliet is anytime we're issuing bonds, that we're issuing those bonds at a much lower rate. So that was a huge milestone to be able to. I think there are only 5 cities in the state of Tennessee that have that AAA rating. So 6. We're the 6. So congratulations to all those that all those that came before us, because this didn't happen within the last 3 years. So it's things they've been working on for quite some time. So and also it's summertime. July 4th is coming up. We got the July 4th celebration. Hope to see everybody out there. And last but not least, congratulations. It's been over a month since we've had a meeting. So congratulations to all the Main Street media finalists, Best of Mount Juliet, all those businesses. Congratulations to you all. Really good work. Appreciate it. That's it. Conclude my report.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll recognize Commissioner Mullally for her comments and report.
Thank you. Well, I just, again, want to thank everyone for coming out, because I've been where you are, and which brought me to the city because I got interested after that. So I know your position. I appreciate your input, whether you oppose something or support something. Either way, it's just so good to see a packed room here. And so I really, really appreciate that. I do support property owners, which is where it starts, and their right to sell. Doesn't always mean that they'll sell to a developer. A lot of times they don't, but if they decide to sell to a developer, that is their right. Of course, that doesn't mean the development will get approved, but it is their right to do so. And so if they do that, of course, they have to go through the process. So, and no one knows the outcome of anything when it gets started, but that is the process. And again, I just sent my newsletter. I do a monthly newsletter every month, in case you don't know. I sent the latest one out this past Saturday. And if you haven't seen it, or you'd like to subscribe by email, you can do that on my website, jennifermullally.com, and sign up for emails, and also post to social media. And you can find it any of the social media platforms. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't always give comments, but I do have one I want to do tonight. We recently, you may have seen, there's been a ribbon cutting here in town. I don't know if anybody's aware of that, but it's been a big to-do. It's been something I think people have been asking for, I know they have. They've been asking for it for years, and it's finally here. It's finally ready, and I know a lot of excitement. I know it means a lot to the community. So when one of the things I get invited to a lot of ribbon cuttings, and this happens to be probably one of the favorite ones I've been to, and I don't know when, but when I got to go to the ribbon cutting for West Wilson Middle School and to see their reopening there and seeing that group of teachers, they call themselves the cockroaches because they've just stuck around through all the changes. Some of them have gone to this high school, that high school. They've been split up all over the place. And I tell you, that was before I became mayor. You know, the tornado hit a few months before then. And that was one of the things that people would call me and ask, if you become mayor, you're going to tear that school down. I was like, well, it's not the city's school, but I know progress is being made. It probably took a little longer than a lot of us would have liked to seen to get all that cleared up. But, you know, insurance and stuff takes time, the plans, bringing that building up to the standards that it's at now. I can't be more proud of anything that I've seen in a long time happen here in this city than that get opened and seeing those group of teachers finally come home, seeing those students in there and the excitement. Gosh, I know when I was in middle school, I wasn't anywhere near that excited to come into a school building. And I don't know if the age of the building had anything to do with it. So that was an exciting thing to see. But I wanted to call that out and just say how grateful I am. And I know a lot of people have put a lot of work into making that happen. And I know the city staff here, city manager, everyone, the commission here has been very supportive of the school system and their endeavors to get that, along with Stoner Creek Elementary that was also destroyed in the same tornado, get those up and open as quickly as possible. So it's truly is a good day for our community when we can see something like that come together. It's by no means the end to the damages that was caused by the tornado, but at the same time, this is a big one. This has been a big scar. And as I said there, some people have called it a scar. Well, this is a monument to our ability to rebuild back as a community and our resilience to come together and see this one through. So I appreciate everybody, appreciate the patience as we've gone through that. And with that, I'm going to shut up and recognize our city manager for his comments.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thanks, everybody, for coming out tonight. I see a lot of familiar faces. When you work somewhere for 34 plus years, Mr. Fast in particular, I remember running up down the roads years ago when he first moved here to Mount Juliet. So thank y'all for all your patience and coming out. I think that hopefully what you see here tonight is sort of a little bit of Mayberry. Everybody always says, how do you hang on to your past? Well, you got to know where you're going and where you came from. So we know where we came from. So we appreciate y'all coming out tonight. And I appreciate everything you do, because for us to get the number 6 AAA bond rating, to get to one of the safest cities, it took us all doing that together, right? All the passion that you have for your community and love. And you see lots of things going on in the country you don't necessarily agree with, and we try to take the best of the best and make that Mount Juliet. And I think we've all done that together exceedingly well. So thank you for that. Thanks for coming out. But all I'll add is that for us to run the city, because our property tax is so low, it's just 11 cents. Average homeowner in Mount Juliet that pays taxes, as far as the city tax, pays about $150. And every bit of that you pay into your property tax goes to city services. The predominant amount of money that runs the city actually comes from sales tax, and that comes from people that, mom and pops in particular, that invest in our community so that you have the conveniences to shop local. So that's a big focus of ours as well. So I always ask this, and the reason it's so important is because the way that you keep taxes low is you invest in your local community. That money stays in the local community, and it funds police, it funds fire. Something else I'm very proud of is we're one of the only 10 cities out of 346. So there's 346 cities in the state of Tennessee. Only 6 have a AAA bond rating, and only 10, Mount Juliet being one of those, has an EMS division of its own, which is quite remarkable. And that says that we put our citizens, because without citizens, our community is nothing, right? That's the most important and cherished thing that we have as human beings. So thank you for being here. Continue to shop local and patronize the businesses, because they won't survive if we don't help support them. So thank you all for being here tonight, and God bless everybody.
All right. Thank you, sir. Now we will move into the business portion of our agenda with the unfinished business consent items. We have one item under 9A, which is an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget ordinance 2023-24 to appropriate funds for the safe streets for all SSA 4A projects that were recently awarded through grant funding. A motion? Is there a second? I'll second. Any questions or comments on 9A? Commissioner Justice.
Is this his first reading, correct? Or is it the second reading? Why are we doing a budget amendment on the same night that we're taking the first reading on the budget?
I did wonder that. I suppose it just matters a few weeks to get it done. I mean, do you
I
want to
s-
address that? There was.
Yeah, we brought this to you in April and because we didn't have any meetings in May. It got pushed to June. That's the only reason.
So
This got brought to you guys for first reading in April.
this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is where we were talking about doing an all-way stop.
No,
I mean, that's what it says. So.
no, this is the Safe Streets for All.
Okay. All right.
Not the always stop on.
Okay, no. I know what you're talking about. This is the one that we were talking
Yeah.
about, and we had the DEI stuff involved
correct.
in it,
Yep,
and we
yep.
checked that out.
Yep.
Everything was fine. Okay. But I still, the timing of this is kind of,
It is.
why don't we just put that on in the budget?
I think it's already in the budget.
So,
yeah.
Yes, I mean, it's going to roll over. I just,
It's fine with me. It doesn't matter. It just delays the project a little bit, but
2
not
weeks.
much. Yeah. 4 weeks, I guess,
Yeah. I wish we didn't do
or 3 weeks.
budget amendments 90 days prior to the budget. Just, but
That's up to you guys.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All in favor of 9A, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing that, a 9A carries. Next item is 10A, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget ordinance 2023-24 to appropriate funds for the Pleasant Grove Road at Central Pike Always Stop Control Project.
yeah, this is.
A motion? Second. And a second. Questions or comments? Commissioner Hefner?
I could speak to this a little bit. So what we've done in lieu of the four-way stop sign, just to get some safety measures up, is we installed, Public Works installed a mirror. I haven't, and I asked Matt, Mr. White, if there's been any reports of any wrecks or distractions or complaints, good, bad, different, or another, and I haven't heard anything. So I'm assuming everything is good. So I don't know that we necessarily want to do the four-way stop sign, since we've got something that's working, seems to be working. So I'm in favor of voting this down or whatever we need to do, but
I'll make a motion for indefinite deferral.
second.
All right. Any questions or comments on deferral? Commissioner Milady?
Yeah, so can you further explain what you were saying? And we also deferred to go back and talk to the developers of the villages of Pleasant Grove. So is that done? And I'm not sure why you're wanting a deferral. I'm not sure I understood the reason for that.
I made a motion to make the definite deferral in lieu of voting on this, just to move it off the agenda and move on with it. I've heard from Public Works Director that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that he wasn't exactly excited about the four-way or the stop there. So I agree with Commissioner Hefner that we've already got some actions taken on it. I think my personal opinion is, I think we just see how this works out, and we can always bring it back.
Right.
That's kind of my thoughts. Commissioner Hefner, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, no, that's my thinking as well. I mean, we can always add it, roll it into the budget. I think it was $20,000 or 15 or something. I mean, we'd always roll it if we need it, or do an amendment. But as of right now, it seems to be working. I haven't heard any complaints. I did speak to the developer. There is no timeline on when they're going to be moving on that project. They're having some work out something on the business finance side. So that was an unknown as to when they would be able to do any improvements there. So this was an interim kind of fix, given the dangerous intersection that exists there. So I don't know if that answered your question or not.
Okay, so the only change is we put up a mirror and it seems to be working for now. Okay.
Right.
I didn't know that.
All right, any other questions or comments? All in favor of deferral, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? 10A is on indefinite deferral. We'll move on to our new business consent agenda. We have 4 items on the new business consent. I'll read these. An ordinance to annex into the corporate boundaries of the city of Mount Juliet right-of-way and road way known as South Rutland Road, being found at 2760 South Rutland Road and proceeding east to the intersection of Beckwith Road for approximately 2,585 linear feet and being located within the city's urban growth boundary. 11B, it is an ordinance to annex into the corporate boundaries of the city of Mount Juliet right-of-way and roadway known as Lisa Ann Lane, being found at 2722 Lisa Ann Lane and proceeding west to the Davidson County line for approximately 150 linear feet, being located within the city's urban growth boundary. 11C, which is an ordinance to annex into the corporate boundaries of the city of Mount Juliet, the portion of roadway and right-of-way located at Old Lebanon Dirt Road from Cedar Drive to the eastern property corner of 5404 Old Lebanon Road in Wilson County, Tennessee, and located within the city's urban growth boundary. And 11D, an ordinance to annex into the corporate boundaries of the city of Mount Juliet, the portion of roadway at the right of way located at Bender's Ferry Road along the frontage of 87 Bender's Ferry Road from 273 Bender's Ferry Road to the northern property corner of 479 Bender's Ferry Road in Wilson County, Tennessee, and located within the city's urban growth boundary. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion and second. Any questions or comments on the consent agenda? Hear a motion to separate. I'll second. Any objections to
Not all,
separation?
Mayor, just the one on Lisa Ann. The only reason I'm separating it so that we can add to it that it was actually put back into the urban growth boundary and was accepted at, it was that was a piece of it that was actually put into the urban growth boundary when we had the meeting.
Okay. All right.
That's the only reason I'm separating.
Any objection to separating 11B and reading it? Hearing none, we'll consider A, C, and D. Any questions or comments on those? All in favor of A, C, and D, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those carry. Back to 11B, an ordinance to annex in the corporate boundaries of the city limit of Mount Juliet right-of-way and roadway known as Lisa Ann Lane, being found at 2722 Lisa Ann Lane and proceeding west to the Davidson County line for approximately 150 linear feet and being located within the city's urban growth boundary. Have a motion?
Second.
And a second. Commissioner Justice, would you like the floor?
Yes, I just want to put in there that the GNRC accepted and went through the process and that the urban growth boundary plan that we passed, in the county passed, was accepted by the state. And that portion that you're talking about on Lisa Ann Lane was a part of the urban growth boundary amendment that we did.
So now it's going to be back into the city?
It allows us to annex it without there being, yeah.
Okay.
So I just needed to, I think we'd probably, because I know the urban growth boundary was mentioned on one of the others, but it wasn't mentioned in this one. So if we could put that in.
Yeah, it says located within the city's urban growth boundary. So on Lisa Ann.
Okay.
Was there any actions we need to take?
I don't think so. Not at this time. If that's it.
Okay.
We've
Well,
got that
I'll
at the bottom of it. Like I said, I just want to make sure that it was noted on there. GNRC did accept it and the state did accept it all over there.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on 11B? All in favor of 11B, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 11B carries. We're on 12A. These are ordinances first reading. An ordinance to amend the Mount Juliet City Code, Chapter 26, Taxation, to create a new Article 7 to establish a central business improvement district. Have a motion? Second. And a second. Any questions or comments on 12A? We ready to vote? All in favor of 12A, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 12A carries unanimously. 12B, an ordinance to annex into the corporate boundaries of the city of Mount Juliet. Before I read that, is there any appetite on reading the annexation with the PUD, or do you want to read those separately?
Put them together.
If there's no objection, then I'll read those two together. 12B, an ordinance to annex into the corporate boundaries of the city of Mount Juliet, approximately 17.14 acres property known as Whispering Meadows, located at 0 Ritter Drive, map 76, parcel 21.02, and located within the city's urban growth boundary. 12C, which is an ordinance to rezone approximately 17.14 acres of property located at 0 Ritter Drive, map 76, parcel 21.02 from Wilson County R1 to RS30 PUD, and to adopt the preliminary master development plan for Whispering Meadows. Is there a motion? You got a motion? Is there a second on the items?
I'll second it for discussion. Please.
All right. We have the two items on the table. Anybody like the floor first? Commissioner Mullally.
Okay, and just so you know, when you motion something and it gets seconded, that only means it comes to the floor for discussion, like Commissioner Justice said. It doesn't mean you are going to vote for it. It just means you can open the floor for discussion. I have a lot of concerns about this project. When something has a negative recommendation from planning, which is a recommending body to come to us, then unless there's a major change, it comes to us as is. There are some changes, but if it's a major change, it has to go back through planning. So evidently, that was one of my questions: is this considered major changes? And it is not. So to be honest, I would like it to go back to planning to get their feedback before we vote on it. But one of the concerns was this project is would have less quality homes than the ones in Kelsey Glen. I know that was a concern. And also the access road. And I have a question for Public Works too on that here in just a second. And also, is Kelsey Glen RS20 or is that RS30? It's RS15. Okay, and this project would be RS30. I know the Western Connector. One thing I didn't understand was why this portion was put in the project for the Western Connector when we voted not to go that route. But it wasn't a popular route. And so I have major concerns about construction, and there's no other way. It's landlocked. That would be a lot of construction traffic, and I know you have a lot of kids over there. So I don't like that part of it. As far as the cul-de-sac, it was in the plans for Kelsey Glen that was temporary. So that's my understanding, that this was in the plan, that it would be stubbed out as a cul-de-sac for future growth. So if you don't mind, I'm going to get Public Works to come up and address the cul-de-sac, and also to address the access road, because I know there's a difference in roads and what's allowed on the roads. And I know there was some talk about Ritter Road being widened or not widened, because there's not any road improvements coming with this project, I don't think. So I would like you to address the difference in the access road, access street, and as well as the cul-de-sac.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Good. Mr. Rath spoke to it earlier. An access street is 55-foot right-of-way with 24 feet of pavement. Access lane is 50 foot of right-of-way with a 22-foot pavement section. It does go against the variance, or it does go against the code on lot counts. But after discussions internally with our traffic engineer, do want to introduce Todd Servant to you guys. He started in May and is our full-time traffic engineer on staff. The counts, we're comfortable with Todd and us to proceed with the variance that was requested by the developer on their lot counts and trips, that the road was adequate for capacity. You talking about the Kelsey Glen cul-de-sac?
On Ritter?
The approved plans show it as a temporary turnaround.
Temporary, meaning
ma'am.
future growth, that it would connect at some point in the future.
It was deemed as temporary.
Okay, because I know I have gotten so many phone calls in my district, which is south of the interstate, people saying, well, my realtor told me this would never develop. And either the realtor didn't know, they didn't check, or whatever. But so I've had many calls about roads in my district when they were told that.
I would caution that, if this is just me, as I just bought a house here recently, I would be sure that you check with your local governments and planning and engineering staffs, because sometimes that advice is not 100% reliable.
And just one more thing, if this doesn't get approved tonight through Mount Juliet, it's very possible it would get approved in the county, remain in the county, which would be less quality. It wouldn't match our quality that we have, which I'm proud of here in Mount Juliet. Is that a risk? And it would absolutely come with no road improvements, which is rare. But I mean, I don't know. Is that a risk that you would rather take? I mean, I'm just asking. You don't have to answer. It just because it is possible that it would get approved in the county.
Commissioner, how?
Anything else?
I guess the question may be is, if this does not develop in the city and it develops through the county, they would have rights to the road, access to the road. It's a public road, yes or no?
I would say yes.
Okay. Let me ask the city attorney too on this. This being the only access to public road this property has, is there anything the city could do to limit access to that?
You can't inversely condemn the property by cutting off access to the property.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I know. Yes. Anything else? Vice Mayor?
So Shane, thank you first of all for being here tonight. So with the discussion of the landlock, obviously, with this being accepted in there, is there any new development, it always requires at least a minimum of 2 entrances, correct? In and out?
That's only if it exceeds a certain threshold on the lot counts, which this does not.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure that that's out there for the public. Also, I mean, obviously, I'm not a fan of this project, but I am, but I see some positives in this just because of the fact that, like the lot sizes are much larger than Kelsey Glen. When it comes to some of the, the discussion of siting, no, the lot size. Am I looking at the wrong set of plans here, Jennifer? Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Are you referring to the lot size or the density of the neighborhood?
I'm talking about the lot sizes.
I don't think the lot size.
No. So Ms. Sam,
1.8 to 28.
Pull that microphone, please, down.
Sorry. They're at 1.28 units per acre, and their base zoning is RS 30.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And what is the zoning for the existing Kelsey Glen? You said
Yeah.
RS 15?
I believe it's RS 15. Yeah.
Which is the lots are smaller, correct?
Well, so in a PUD,
Yeah.
you don't have exactly 15,000 or 30,000 square foot lots.
Mhm.
It's an average.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Now I see why I got kind of my hand smacked
The
up there by
base
some folks.
zoning is
Correct.
increased from the RS 15.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, okay. All right. And I guess there's another way if everybody else can look at it. I'm seeing it on plans up here. Okay. So, can we highlight, I mean, can we discuss the citing comments? There were some folks that would go back to John or?
That'll be John, sir.
All right. Not yet. Sorry. I'm just kind of jumping around here. Just going down my list of questions.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So the discussion of citing, there was some concerns that if we do go, and this does get approved tonight, there was 50% or more would be citing. And I think there was some discussion about hardy board outside of citing. Is that correct? Or
Correct.
can you elaborate on that some more?
So what they're asking for in this most recent one is 50% brick and or stone, with the remaining 50% being brick, stone, and cement board in any combination. So that's 50% of the houses will be full masonry, and then 50% will include masonry and fiber cement siding.
So no siding, no vinyl siding?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, if this goes over to the county, could we possibly see something like that, or?
We would have no zoning control over it in the county.
Have no control of that. Okay.
Could be whatever they allow in the county. And I don't know what the future land use in the county is or what that zoning is now, but even that density could change if it goes into the county. It's probably a low density in the county over there or whatever. It's something like that, but you do have the control in the city, especially with the facade material and that stuff.
Okay. Now, speed was a factor here, and I'm sorry to go back and forth here. I'm just going down to my list here. Let me go back since we're already here. Landlocked. Is this, obviously there was some discussion about, this would be the last phase of this, or not even phase, it would be like, this would be the last of any type of other future development back there. Is that correct?
They're not stubbing anything out on this, so nothing that would connect to this.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so there's no future discussion that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. I'm going to go back. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to go back over to Shane just to make sure. I think I'm done with you, John. Sorry to jump around, sir. Calming factors. There was some discussion for Oxford Drive speed issues. I mean, has there been any concern from the planning that had brought up that?
Director White was telling me they've done speed studies, but they never broke the 85 percentile.
So there was nothing in the speeds or
they didn't. They weren't warranted.
Study. Okay. All right, and then the roads. Okay, so when we get back into it, so we start looking at this additional traffic, and what was the load that you guys had calculated on there?
Well, the developer did not. I'm going to have him speak on that one.
So with the,
just go ahead and introduce yourself as well while you're here.
I'm Todd Serban. I'm the new traffic engineer for the city of Mount Juliet. Thank you all for having me. With the number of units this development is proposing, we're looking at, that 25-ish peak hour trips generated just by the Whispering Meadows traffic. Daily, we're looking at just under 10 trips per dwelling unit. So somewhere in that 250-ish range of daily new trips. As far as the difference between an access lane and an access street, we do have a threshold in the code that there's actually a gap between 250 and 500 peak hour trips where we don't really have anything to call it. But capacity wise, an 11-foot lane versus a 12-foot lane, it's a negligible difference. So.
Okay. And then with that traffic, that 25% increase, is that, is that just for the homes, or is that considered to be, the mail, the landscaping, the The Amazons, because we all know everybody loves Amazon here in a.
So that's 250 more trips per day. That's not a percentage, and that's taken from the ITE trip generation manual, which does measure those kind of delivery trips, visitors to the home, everything of that nature, and it's taken from a fitted equation from data collected at subdivisions throughout America. So that is as close to, that is the best approximation you're going to get for how many trips are going to get added.
Okay. And then the flooding discussion, there was some concern about some flooding.
So lots 5 through 10, if you can notice in your plan set, are within the floodplain, and our code does accommodate for special provisions that have to be taken into account for those lots.
And, you know, for lot 9 and 10, actually, yeah, like 9 and 10 look pretty bad. So what are we doing for offsetting that?
So all the lots within the floodplain have to have a finished floor elevation 4 feet above the base flood elevation established in that area. And that is per FEMA.
All right. And then the green space with the trees, obviously, there's always been that discussion on every project now. Have we highlighted the areas that are going to be left, I guess, untouched? Is there any, has there been any discussion of that one with the developer?
John, do you want to take that?
And have we tracked that as well?
Sure. Ms. Hamlin?
Thank you. If you will note on sheet C 2.00, the grading and drainage plan, TP is for tree protection plan, and you can follow that line to see in the areas that will be protected. If you compare that to the aerial on the sheet before that, you'll see.
So that small area between like the buffer, it's just going to be like
It's usually just the buffer area.
that's all that is? Okay.
Around the perimeter. Obviously, grading would interfere with internally to the site.
Have we missed anything? I mean, obviously, this being a negative recommendation and then coming to the BOC, you know, there was like a lot of lesson learned, what we've seen over in phase 4 of Hickory Hills with the elevation. Have we learned anything from this project? Is there anything that we want to consider? Any concerns there? Sorry to keep going back and forth to the microphone, but I'm trying to just go down the list here of all the questions for the residents that did come out tonight and that also went home so they can go back and watch the recording.
Conceptually, I don't see outside of the floodplain issues, which we've covered with the FEMA regulate, you know, from the ordinance and complying with FEMA. Per the code, drainage reports, in detailed drainage reports are not due until the final master development plan. So that is the time where we'll exactly know the calcs related to drainage. Like I said, conceptually, I don't see a major issue outside of the detention pond being in the floodplain.
Okay.
That is probably the biggest one.
So last question I have, if this does go over to the county, are they plugging into our sewer?
If they were to plug into our sewer, the resolution passed by your BOC would require them to come back to annex into the city limits.
So if we do not give them, so if this is not passed tonight, it will go to the county.
If they don't use septic, but if they want to tie into the sewer, then that would trigger different requirements for them for sewer and subdivision. Correct.
And then they would have to come back to.
I believe if they were not to tie onto the sewer, they would have 40,000 square foot lots minimum.
Compared to what?
This is what RS30.
Numbers I got were
30,000.
about 13 to 14 houses.
Yeah, that would decrease the density of the subdivision.
Okay. And potentially change it back from hardy board to maybe vinyl, correct?
We don't, yeah, I guess we don't have zoning jurisdiction out in the county, so.
What's
Could be
going on
anything.
right down the road from you?
Exactly. Yeah, we got 277 homes that are mixed of vinyl, hardy board, and some stone because they did not want to be annexed. So it's almost like I would love to have seen that. I mean, like this room at the beginning to see a survey. You know, do we want bigger lots and some? You know, anyways, it's a whole nother topic. That's all I have. That's all the questions I have, and I'll hand it back over.
Commissioner Justice.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not sure who I'm going to address this question to. Is there a reason why they're not joining the HOA? Do we know what the reason is? I mean, is there a legal reason they can't, or?
Yeah, I think their HOA has already been turned over to the residents. It's not controlled by the developer anymore.
Oh, yeah,
Would that prohibit them actually from bringing that property into and under the umbrella?
No, it wouldn't, but I think it would require a 70% votes, usually the way the law is around that, for them to accept them, to amend it. So, I mean, they have the right to amend it if they wanted to, but I don't know if you'll ever get 70% of people. I'm just speaking from personal experience.
No, I'm just curious. And has there been discussion with the developer on a per unit donation? That's not okay. So I would probably ask at this point, if we could, before we go any further, to go ahead and amend this by adding that they would put $7,500 per lot. That would pay that at the time that they draw their certificates of occupancy. And that a portion of that would go to the HOA, the Kelsey Glen HOA. I know that they've got an issue over there with the retention pond that myself and Commissioner Hefner had to work on. That would help offset some of that cost. Sir?
I would like for the recommendation on that per lot contribution to be paid at the erosion control permit phase.
At the what? I'm sorry.
Erosion control permit phase. That starts the building process. So after speaking with legal, we just want to clearly define those going forward. That's when Public Works will collect the money at the beginning of the house building process.
Okay, and I don't have any problem with that. The only thing I would make sure is that this is the only place that happens. In other words, because of the issues that they've got with that water retention. Excuse me. You know, that's not going to be another place down the road that we do that to the stormwater. Add that to the stormwater budget.
That's not what, I don't think that's what he's saying.
Then I'm missing what you're saying then.
He's saying the $7,500 be collected at the time they pull the permit.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that's because it creates a check there where you have a process that we don't by any chance miss the.
Okay, yeah, but what I'm saying is this is the only place we're doing that.
Yeah, got you.
I mean, if another development down the street.
Donating to the HOA.
Right.
Got you.
Well, I'll second that motion, but I think at the same time, we need to, since this is a voluntary contribution, we need to hear from a representation from the developer if that's acceptable, as this is a voluntary contribution.
I'm sorry, I thought I heard Commissioner Justice say something about a portion of the $7,500 going to the Kelsey Glen detention pond.
To the homeowners association, and he's saying.
What portion?
We haven't decided what portion yet. I'm not sure at this point whether it's 100% or 50%. Go ahead.
Name and address, please.
Douglas, CSTG. We're fine with that. We're actually fine with 100% going to the HOA into that pond. Probably work on some wording between first and second reading where we can work directly with them and it doesn't have to feed through the city from a fund standpoint. We can figure that out, or we can do it through the city. But either way, I think 100% of the $7,500, if you guys so choose, would be fine with us.
All right.
Then I will say 75, the entire 100% of that voluntary would go to the homeowners association in Park Glen.
All right. So we have a motion that a
I mean,
voluntary
Kelsey Glen, I'm sorry.
contribution
Swing
be
Glens.
paid by the developer for each lot, $7,500 to be contributed to the HOA for the purposes of retention pond repair or as needed, I guess, with the retention pond work. Okay. All right. Any questions or discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes. We're back on the ordinance as once amended. Commissioner Justice.
And I was trying to verify this with Ms. Hamblin. What I'm looking at here is that the land use plan, the future land use plan for this shows medium density. And is RS30 considered medium or is it still considered low density?
Ms. Hamblin?
So RS30 would be considered low density, but since it is a lesser dense zoning than what is the minimum, which would be medium,
Right.
we would not request that the land use plan be changed. We have done that several times before.
Okay. So it falls in our urban growth boundary and falls with a land use plan of medium density. So if they wanted to come in and change the density to RS15
Or 20.
or 20, then they could potentially do that.
It would meet the land use plan. The lot sizes would potentially be a little smaller. We may get more density out of that.
Yeah. Okay. The other part of this is the actual address on this is 8025 Ritter Drive. And I was asking Ms. Hamlin where that came from. Does anybody can fill me in on that?
Is that issued by 911?
Yeah. Normally the numbers are put in by 911, but I thought that had to be a request.
That's correct.
That's what I thought. That's odd. Okay.
All right. Commissioner Hepper?
Please, thank you. Mr. Kent, everybody remember him? Kelsey Glen, Larry Kent, the farmer. I see 5 lots that border his property. And unless somebody's giving me some assurances, he's not going to build a 8-foot dirt berm like he did behind Kelsey Glen to flood those neighbors out. I got a major problem with this. I know he's not here to defend himself, but he's been a nuisance to the Kelsey Glen residents that border that property. Not only has he built up an 8-foot berm, but he's also now planting invasive bamboo behind people's houses that's now starting to grow into their backyards. So I know it's at no fault to the developer, and he's in a tough situation, but I've got to factor that into my decision on this, and that's a major one. It's a major problem. I do not want to have to relive what I did 2 years ago. That still exists, by the way. That berm is still there, and I see a detention pond. I don't know where our stormwater is coming out. If it's going to be flowing out of his property or not, but if it is, I pretty much guarantee there's going to be a berm there. The other concern I have obviously is, although our new traffic engineer says the road is adequate on Ritter, in all practical sense, I don't, 250 trips on that road seems like an excessive amount of traffic on that one road. But I trust your professional opinion on that. With regards to going to the county, they still have to abide by our subdivision regulations, which we changed to 40,000 square feet, which I think at 17 acres would get them 17 homes. Is that correct? Home sites. And if they do not have access to sewer, if we fail the annexation request, then they have to put in a step system, which would reduce the number of lots that can be built on this property as well. So something else to consider. The design, the variances on the designs, I don't know how they compare to the county, but what they're requesting, is it worse than what the county would allow for? Is it better? I don't know. I'd be curious to find out what that might look like from a design, just from a aesthetics standpoint. But obviously I've got some big problems with this that I mentioned. And again, sorry that it backs up to that gentleman's property, but he's been an issue for me and the residents of Kelsey Glen. And I'd hate to see the future residents of Whispering Meadows faced with the same situation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Justice.
I want to clarify something here. Mr. Kent was there for many years prior to Kelsey Glen. So Mr. Kent was not the nuisance. He was the one who wound up with water being poured over onto his property by developers that were incompetent, obviously. So it's not his fault that happened. It was no more the fault of the people who live in Kelsey Glen than it was his fault. It was the developers 100%. As you and I both went out there and had the conversations with him. He did everything in his power to protect his property as anybody would. So I'm not going to say he's not the nuisance. He was not the bad guy here. He was put in a really bad situation by incompetent developers. He was the victim, as were the people from Kelsey Glen having to deal with those idiots. So,
okay. Well, I'll start off by saying this is one of the tougher ones we get here. Is these type of requests, especially the ones that are kind of they're not in the city, they're not currently in the city, they're currently requesting annexation. Yeah. It makes it tougher because there are so many options in here. And I got 18 emails about this project before I left for my meetings this afternoon, and then probably another half dozen or so that came in today. And while I haven't replied to every one of them, I have read the emails up until the ones that came in after I was in meetings. But it's a common theme, I think, on a lot of these was vote this project down. We don't want we don't want construction traffic in our neighborhood. This is a cul-de-sac. This is going to upend the people's lives on the cul-de-sac. I think even some said some people paid a premium to be on that road for a cul-de-sac. We don't like the standard of the homes or the setbacks or the size. And they were a number of things on there. And I read through those, and I wish I could sit up here and say that I have total control over every one of those. But the question asked before us is to approve or disapprove this particular project that we have in front of us. Voting it down doesn't address those issues in a lot of cases that are read in there. I think it's been pointed out that our city attorney has let us know, which I believe is the truth as well, that we can't deny access to that road. It's a public road. So the land, I know it's landlocked on a map if you consider Ritter Road is not its access, but the fact is Ritter Road's there and they legally have a right to connect to that. And that's something I can't take away from them. Could attempt to take it away, but we'll wind up in court and they will resolve our error if we do so. They have rights to that. They will be able to access that whether we vote for this project or not. If they do construction, they'll be able to drive construction through your neighborhood, whether we vote this in or not. The question I face up here, and sometimes I think of and something I know well, running for office. When you're running for office, sometimes you get two candidates that neither one of them excites you. And I heard the phrase, voting for the lesser of two evils. And sometimes that's how it feels like up here, because I know, and I got a lot of the emails that ask the questions, would you want this to happen in your neighborhood? How would you feel if your neighborhood had a neighborhood connected to it after it's closed? Well, the reality is I know very well what it's like. On the north of my neighborhood, I have 70 houses under construction right now that were approved back in 1986. There's many of you maybe you weren't born in 1986, but I was in the fourth grade. I had nothing to do with that, but that's when it was approved back then. South of me, I have 276 houses that are currently under construction. Their only way in and out is right through my neighborhood. And the fact that it's a public road, we couldn't deny them access. We begged them we begged them to annex. We begged them to come into the city. We wanted a higher quality product built because it's going to join right up to my neighborhood here. We wanted to make sure that it was built to the standards of the city of Mount Juliet. And they flat out said, we want to build the product that we want to build, and we don't want to build to the city standards. So we're not interested in annexing. Thank you very much. We're going to build our 276 houses, and they have. I don't know the houses are bad, but they're not to our standards. It's a lot of vinyl siding. It's a product that wasn't getting. The other thing, and that gets to happen when you don't develop in the city, is talking about your property values. That concerns me is the roads in there will be built to county standards. There won't be curb and gutter. It'll be asphalt. If there's any sidewalks, it'll be because the developer put it in under the control of their HOA, because the county does not allow sidewalks in the right of way. They don't allow curb and gutter. It'll be asphalts and driveways up to the asphalt. The standards will be less. So I guess what I'm saying is it's a difficult decision, and weighing everything that's in front of me here. The choice before me is does this land develop inside the city to city standards, or do I vote that down and see if the developer brings back another plan in the future to develop in the city? Because it doesn't take away the landowner's rights to develop his land. Will they bring back something? Will they go through this? They go through the county? Will they take with Moss Farm? That was initially rejected, and well, that went to legal actions, and where we are now with that, you can see it's under development right now. So I see the passion. I read the emails, but I know what the options are here that I have to weigh in front of me. Is I don't have the ability to stop the land from developing. I don't have the ability to stop construction going through your neighborhood. It's a public road. But what I can do, and I will do it now, is I'll make the motion that if this is approved, that all construction traffic take the closest path to a public road outside of this neighborhood to minimize the amount of traffic through the neighborhood as much as possible. I'll make that motion. I have a second on that. Is there any questions or comments on that motion? Commissioner Justice, second. It would be John Wright. Yeah. Yes, Commissioner.
To John Wright.
They would have to go through Kelsey Glen unless they get granted an easement by the property owner. That's the closest exit, unless a future one develops that we don't know about, but that's the closest exit now.
Was it that denied though?
What do you mean denied?
There
was a condition in our PUD back in 6, 7, 8, somewhere when it was that there would be no construction, Kelsey Glen construction traffic allowed to use John Wright. That was a city condition. So my motion is, again, to take the closest path out of the neighborhood of Kelsey Glen as possible to the nearest public road. Any questions or comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That carries. We're back on the ordinance as 2 times amended. I've also spoken with the developer about parking. This is something I see in my own neighborhood with the development on there, is the construction parking, blocking driveways, parking in intersections. It's just nowhere to park. The developers agreed to prepare a parking area in there to get the traffic and the parking out of the neighborhood if it's approved. Anything else before we vote? Commissioner Mullally.
I have a question for Ryan, the developer. What are the value of these proposed homes? What would they sell for?
When do you guys want to answer that? Yeah, we're looking right now with the current builder that we have in place is roughly in the $800,000 to $900,000 range. So it should be comparable to what's next to us.
Okay, and would they have his own HOA?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Was the blasting information put in there? Okay. And I also would like to add the rentals that no two homeowners can own more than, no one owner can own more than two that we normally do. And the entire HOA would be capped at 10% for rentals.
I'll second. And that's a condition for the HOA.
The HOA.
Any questions or comments on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're back on the ordinance as 3 times amended.
All right. So I don't like, the only way is Ritter, like I said. I don't like a lot of the variances. I don't like the construction traffic. The cul-de-sac was explained that it initially was fully intended to only be temporary. And I'm sorry if a lot of you were told otherwise. Bottom line for me is I do think it's going to develop either way, whether it's in the city or the county. So, and I agree with the mayor. I think you're going to get the construction traffic either way. If it doesn't develop in the city, you're going to get the step systems if it gets approved in the county. You won't get the quality. You may end up with the vinyl, and I don't know if you would want that next to you. To me, it seems like if we did it in the city, it would be more of protecting your property values, to me, the way I see it. But again, I do think it's going to develop either way. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Mayor Trevette.
John, I don't know if we need to go back to Shane or Matt on their team for the traffic calming measures. Can we get those added in there? Is that something, or is that we got to get the support of the developer? Because as I was looking at the map here, Oxford Drive, if that is something that is an issue, maybe we can look at adding some speed humps that could be added to this. Is that something that would, okay, so.
Maybe it's a suggestion. What if we put
again, I'm just asking how do we fix this traffic? I mean, because again, if we've increased the speed, the occupancy, right? We've got to look at traffic measures.
White had mentioned to me earlier, there were speed studies done and traffic calming was not warranted at that time. If it's discretion of the board to revisit that.
But if we look at the HOA, because the HOA does have the ability, if they choose to add these in there, that could be something, but that would be a cost back to the HOA, but that would be something that we could be able to ask this developer since we've increased as we've done the voluntary contributions. So that would not be something you would think the HOA would.
Vice Mayor, as a suggestion, what if we put something in there that says, if warranted, with the agreement of Public Works and the HOA, that they be considered in the future instead of just us legislating speed humps, because I'd rather see what actually plays out versus.
Yeah. I just want to put something in there for documentation that we could at least, after everything's all said and done, traffic's done, we come back and we say we wish we could have done something different. This would be that opportunity.
I'd say if we can formulate some verbiage between the first and second reading before and get that to you before we put it in the second reading. If you're all right with that, we
Yeah,
can
that'd
get
be
that
fine.
written to you. Okay.
Yep, that'd be fine. Is that something, Shane, that you could reach out to the HOA? Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not trying to speak too far in advance, but I mean, it's something, I mean, it's your district, Commissioner, so I'm just
I'd like
wanting
to
to put something in there.
I think maybe some language to consider is after it's 100% occupied, do a speed study to see if it warrants speed calming devices, and then run it through the public hearing process, because I think everybody, Kelsey Glen, would like to have an opportunity to speak either for or against speed calming devices that are going to go in their neighborhood.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Again, I'm just asking questions while
No,
we're
and
here.
it goes through the traffic,
Yeah.
it goes through our traffic commission, and
Yep.
we got.
We can add that into
police
the
chiefs
ordinance.
on that, so.
Thank you, Shane.
All right. Commissioner Hefner.
Thank you. I just have one amendment. I want to add the blasting. I thought it was in here, but it's another one I'm thinking of. So 1 inch standard, 1 inch per second, as opposed to the 2 inches maximum that's allowed by state. I see Fire Chief nodding his head. Certified notifications to go out to any residents within a 500-foot area from the property line. So we're going out 500 feet from the property line. And then the contract for the seismograph monitoring company has to be between the seismograph monitoring company and the general contractor.
Receiving a proper motion and second. We have an amendment to 1 inch per second. And that's be certified notifications for anyone within a 500-foot radius. And that the blasting, the person doing the blasting, I'm going to murder it, is contracted by the general contractor, not seismograph monitoring. You go through the general contractor.
And the certifications help, right, Chief?
Yeah, and just as a caveat to that, we recently got our hands slapped from the state for requiring people to notify you fine folks that blasting was going on. So by doing this through the PUD process is the only way we have to be able to capture this in here or have any control over it. Because if the city of Mount Juliet tries to do anything to reduce blasting, we get stepped in and get our hands slapped and notified that we have zero jurisdiction. So we do this through the PUD process, and that is our only teeth on blasting. So any other questions or comments on this amendment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That carries. We're back on 5 times amended, correct? 4. I usually keep a tally marks here going. Commissioner Mullally.
All right, so this is first reading. It has to go through the board. So if this gets approved, it goes back to planning. What happens if the planning commission gives it a negative?
They'll receive a negative recommendation, and it'll be back on the Board of Commissioners agenda at the first meeting in July, I believe. I do have a question about that. And that is, why is this being read by us if it's a new submittal before going to planning? And I don't know who can answer that.
I'll be happy to answer that. This is actually already been heard at the Planning Commission.
Yes, it has.
So, and they received a negative recommendation, which a project can come to you guys with a positive or negative recommendation. They chose to come to you with a negative recommendation. In meetings prior to tonight, we agreed to allow this on first reading with the caveat that it would go back to Planning Commission. It will have to be a discussion item since it's not a new submittal.
It's not. Okay.
It is not a new submittal. So the Planning Commission will have the opportunity, if you guys make the motion, to send it back there at our June Planning Commission meeting for discussion and recommendation on items to address before it comes back to you on second reading. However, they will not be voting on this again. They have already voted this as a negative recommendation back to y'all.
They can still make the recommendation.
They can absolutely make, add conditions, et cetera, but they just won't vote on this. It will be a discussion item for them. We did that on another project about 2 months ago, and I wish I could remember. I'm looking at John Greenhill.
Yeah.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make that an amendment.
Commissioner Justice.
I'd like to go ahead and ask that this be sent back to the Planning Commission for discussion and a further recommendation back to the commission for the second reading in July.
Second reading in the first meeting in July, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a second on that? All right, got a second. Vice Mayor?
And that's only if it passes tonight, correct? Okay, that's why I just want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, that would be the path if it goes through. I apologize for my confusion because I was under the impression this was a significant change from the first. This was a resubmittal instead of the same project, because this is different than what come through planning the first time. So I am confused on that.
It is
matter.
not right. I understand it. It's definitely a little different, but it is not a new submittal. They just changed significantly in between our first time we saw it at Planning Commission and now. And I think the developer's take was, if you guys shot it down tonight, there's no sense in them wasting time or money on your part, our part, their part, if it was not going to move forward on first reading.
Understand. Mr. Mullally.
What's the percentage of changes before it's considered a major change where it has to go back through planning?
Well, we have regulations on that once it's already been approved, but this has never been approved by you guys. So we don't have regulations on what is a major or minor amendment for a project that's going through the process.
Okay.
Yeah, she asked me the question earlier, and I told her generally it's 10%.
Oh, we don't have regulations, on that. It would be a change in open space. If they were increasing the number of lots and those types of things, that would trigger a project to come back to you guys, but that's after approval. So since this has not been approved yet, it would not be subject to that regulation.
Yeah. The last item I have on here from my list is the 11-foot lanes. Essentially, we're talking about 11-foot lanes versus 12-foot lanes. And I believe Mount Juliet Road is 11-foot lanes because we reduced them down to 11 feet to add the bike lanes. So cars will fit on 11. I would prefer that we not in any way try to have the developer or anyone rip up the yards of the existing folks that are there and get into slopes or driveways and everything else, and have those crews or whatever it would take to make that happen. I would prefer that we don't find out, essentially is what I'm trying to say, to add 6 inches on each side of the road. I'd rather see those funds allocated to something else that could be better served than adding 6 inches on each side of that road. So I guess I'd like to hear from Mr. Lovelace if they have any suggestions on what they could do with that in lieu of widening that road. I mean, we are widening Old Lebanon Dirt Road too.
Discussions with staff and all, we kind of feel the same, is that the 1 foot extra on each side doesn't really change anything. And that's where we thought that the agreeing to the funds, instead of putting those funds to that road, let's put those funds to the HOA of Kelsey Glen, let them have some money back for the work that's done on that pond. That's where we thought the money would be better served.
Okay. All right. I'll make the motion that those funds, in lieu of widening the road, be allocated back to the HOA in the same way. Is there a second? Or any questions or comments? Commissioner Justice.
Okay. They're doing 7,500. So you're saying whatever the actual cost would have been for them to widen 6 inches on either side, taking to allocate that cost as well?
Correct.
By that, what I meant was, like Ray said, is $7,500 per lot is pretty much the equal to fixing that road 1 foot on each side. So we want to put that money to the HOA instead, not on top of one another. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Mullally.
So that would not be additional monies. That would be included in the 75.
In the 7,500. That's what I heard.
I think Commissioner Mullally seconded my motion.
I did.
Okay. Commissioner Justice.
Given that there is some question in that, what I would like to do is to amend the amendment on the 7,500 to make that 8,000 even instead of 7,500 to take care of pretty much everything that's needed. And that would include also later on any additions of speed humps and things of that nature.
Okay. I'll accept that. Will you? All right. So the volunteer contribution would be changed from 7,500 to 8,000. Commissioner Mullally's no objection to that change. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries. So we're back on the ordinance now as 6 times amended. Five times amended. Any other questions or comments before we vote?
We're on our 6th amendment.
Okay. All right, hearing none. All in favor of the ordinance? Oh, I got one more taker.
No, it's just clarification. It's no amendments. But I just want to state for the record, Gino Marchetti and I met. I know there was a citizen that expressed some concern about a conflict. Met with our city attorney. It's not me personally, but I do have a family member that works for the owner of the company that's developing it in a different division. He's one of many subcontractors. He's not an employee. So I talked to Mr. Marchetti about that, and he said I was free to vote on this.
Can you repeat that?
That is correct. There's no conflict. There's no indirect or direct benefit to you.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. All right. All in favor of the ordinance, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? This will advance on to the Planning Commission and back here for second reading. All right. Make a motion.
Yeah.
You want the floor?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Trevette.
Mayor, I'd like to recess for 7 minutes.
Got a motion to recess for 10 minutes. Is any objections to recess?
Motion to amend.
All right, we will set in recess.
Thanks.
All right, I'll call this meeting back to order. We need one more member. We have a quorum. We can proceed. Just 12D, and is there objection to reading 12D and E at the same time? No, hearing no objections to reading 12D and 12E together. So I'll read those. 12D, an ordinance to annex into the corporate boundaries of the city of Mount Juliet approximately 77.76 acres, property known as Yorkshire Estates, located at 1000 York Road, map 49, parcel 71.01, and located within the city's urban growth boundary. 12D, it's an ordinance to rezone approximately 77.6 acres of property at 1000 York Road, map 49, parcel 71.01, from Wilson County R1 to RS40 PUD, and to adopt a preliminary master development plan for Yorkshire Estates. Heard a motion. Is there a second? And a second. 12D and E are on the table. Would anyone like to be recognized? Are we ready to vote? Commissioner Mullally.
Okay. So I have a question, I guess, for Public Works. There was I got lots of emails on this too. So one of the suggestions was we go through the Moss property, since, you know, the roads are better. Would we not have to get that development's approval to go through there? How does that work?
After Todd analyzed that route, if that were the only route, going back to the discussion on road classifications, that the amount of homes being proposed within this development is being heard right now would trip the existing access street. Is it a street right now? It's a street. They do have the right of way to connect to it. There's a stub at the northern end of the property corner, but that in turn for them to tie into it would change the street classification if they were to use that road only.
All right. Could the Moss developer deny that, or?
I would say yes, they could, if they don't, because that would then change. That would get into a zoning issue about the lots, setbacks, and such. If they were to change the right-of-way section that was already previously approved by you guys.
All right, where is the Moss development, the status?
Phases 1 and 2 are under construction, which is closer towards Bender's Ferry. Phases 3 through 6 are currently in construction plan review.
All right, so if we connect it there, okay, where's that map? I see there's the cul-de-sac. It comes down and connects to the main road that goes out to Bender's Ferry. So those two roads would have to be reconfigured.
Yeah, she's referring to the Moss Road. There's also this.
The main road going north and south would have to be reconfigured.
Just that one, not the other one that goes east to west?
That's correct.
All right, and what's the status of that road right now?
That's part of phase 6, which is in construction plan review.
Okay, so they haven't.
They've not started on construction.
Not started.
No.
Well,
All right.
how would you require someone to approve plans to go in there and redo it? Before we go down this road of it's an A or a B or a C or a D.
You talking about working with the current developer, the developer of the Moss Farm?
Yes.
I don't think they have, I mean, they'd have to agree to do that.
Okay, so then there's no point in this discussion, is there?
Presumably, no.
Okay.
Okay. So you're saying the Moss property access is like it would not an option? Okay.
Not as the only option, no, ma'am.
All right. And of course, any road improvements would be up to the Wilson County the Wilson County Road Commission, right? Are y'all requiring any?
For which road, ma'am?
York.
That road is owned by Wilson County, and any road improvements that they wish to have would come from them.
All right. So are y'all putting a condition on it pending their approval?
There was a condition that they would have to provide approval, sort of say, or any improvements that they wish to have that this development do. Yes.
How far down? Just right at their
For the portion of the roadway that's in the county.
All right. All right. I think that was my only question for y'all. Anybody? All right. Thanks.
Okay.
That was all for the
No one else is asking for the floor, so.
Okay. And I do see the blasting was put in this one. All right. So if this gets further along, then I'm going to motion for the rentals for the HOA. Okay. So this, according to the agenda on page 5, the rezone says Planning Commission positive recommendation. Is that right? All right. So the reason I ask is on page 103 of the agenda, it states a negative. This is the first meeting that I'm using my phone for the agenda. So I have to scroll up and down. All right, so 103. Trying to find it. You see it? Okay. And page 103, it references, now this is RS20, right, proposed. Page 103 references RS40. Trying to find it. Yeah, you found it. And then also on page 95, scrolling. No, I had 95. That's not a, what page was it? There's another page, 96. Okay, 96 is good.
Why don't we do this since it's first reading? Can we hear from someone in planning and get the record set straight on whether this was approved, disapproved by the PC and what the base zoning is, and get this corrected between first and second reading?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it was positive recommendation from the Planning Commission.
On both?
Yes.
Okay.
And the base zoning, which is in the conditions on the ordinance, is not, they didn't recommend RS20, they recommended RS40 because the overall density is below the RS40 threshold. So there's no need to go to the RS20 base zoning. So it'll be RS40 as the base zoning is what Planning Commission recommended. Does that answer, was that the question?
I think the request was for RS20 is what's causing
They were,
confusion.
yes, they did.
You didn't need the 20 to get
Doesn't
what
need
they
it.
needed.
Use calls out, or medium density. I think that's, if I remember.
Yeah, the future land use for that is medium density.
So
So,
they just came in with
Yes.
RS20, but it qualifies for RS4.
and they don't need to amend the land use plan to go less dense.
Correct.
Yeah.
PUD, so.
So essentially, Commissioner, I think where this is going is what they're asking for, density so low, it would fit in a RS40, which is our largest residential
Correct.
lots, and they didn't need the 20, even though the land use allowed it.
Correct. We've done that in the past.
This is just to ensure, I suppose, that it doesn't get changed in the future without an amendment, or I guess it's going to be a PUD anyway.
You'd have to change the base zoning again, yeah.
But they're wanting to do RS20.
I'm sorry?
They're wanting to do RS20?
I think they're okay with the RS40 base zoning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because the Moss property is RS20, right?
Yes.
It's a lot denser project.
Yeah, these plans have not been updated since Planning Commission with that particular item has not been changed on these plans.
Okay, yeah, because I haven't seen the
Right.
RS40. All right.
I think the applicant is good with the RS40 base
Oh,
zoning.
okay, yeah. I like that much better. Anyone?
Commissioner Justice.
There is a section of York Road when you come down almost to Lebanon Road there, and there's a development that, and am I allowed to talk about that proposed development right there? Mr. Elder's proposal? Okay. What they're wanting to do is to bring down York Road, goes through a floodplain over there on that side. So what they're going to do is come down and reroute York Road at the end where it comes out at the red light at Park Glen. So it's a 4-way location there. And I've talked to the developer, and I think, and I'll have asked them to confirm that they do a $7,500 per unit voluntary donation, and that money go towards rerouting York Road to come out at that red light.
The Park Glen, the one that's at Park Glen right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. This was something actually that Mr. Barlow brought to our attention, before he left and went to TDOT.
But that's contingent on a new development through there.
Correct.
And you want to allocate the $7,500 here to that new development? Why wouldn't the new development just pay for it?
This would be actually a combination of all of it. We go into any of the, for instance, if there's a right-hand turn lane to go into it, so it all doesn't fall on them.
Okay. And that was your motion, though?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there a second on that? Okay. Got a second for Commissioner Mullally?
Why not have the 7,500 per unit from this development go further up York to make?
Because it's a county road, we can't dedicate our finance resources to asset.
All right, so is the portion you're talking about on York, is that?
City.
That is city?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Commissioner Hefner?
Since we're tying it to a future development that's not been approved yet, what if it doesn't develop?
We can give ourselves an out to be used at another location, but it has to be used in proximity of the development. By state law, it has to do that.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, do we have a cost on what this is going to be? Just kind of curious
On what?
for this road improvement.
Oh, no.
Do we have a budget?
It's tied to a project that we haven't even seen.
Yeah, he hadn't brought the project in yet.
Okay.
Well, he's brought it in, but it hadn't been considered yet.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. I mean, even if that 7,500 will even do a scratch.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
We've seen some preliminary plans only, and I believe it was the position of Public Works that internal realignment was going to be the internal spine of that development. So the cost is the cost to build whatever their development is. It's really an on-site improvement that would have benefit to York Road as opposed to an off-site improvement.
Okay.
Or for that matter, it could be used for the widening of Lebanon Road in the year 2096 when that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather let that developer take care of York Road and see those funds go to Lebanon Road because
As long as it goes in the proximity, I don't care.
I'd rather go there because we're going to have right of way and engineering and everything else. And the list goes on and on. Let me get your mic there, Commissioner.
Just such suggestions, put it, just allocated to Public Works, road improvements as deemed necessary. Or, yeah, I have no problem. Yeah. Rather than try to pin it. I'm just saying $7,500 and we can take it from that point on as to where we put it.
We have a motion on the table right now, and do you want to propose an amendment to that?
Yeah, what I would say is that $7,500 per lot, voluntary amount of money to be used as deemed appropriate.
Public Works.
Possibly on the 2096 Lebanon Road project.
Are you okay with that?
Take
You
that
want
off
a
of my,
second? Okay.
that's not my amendment.
So we have a motion and second for the $7,500 voluntary lot contributions be used in the general vicinity for road improvements, preferably Lebanon Road widening.
Correct.
Is there any objection from the developer for the voluntary contribution?
No, Mayor.
All right. All right. All in favor of the ordinance, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. We're back on the ordinances once amended, 12E.
Can I also get some clarification, Mayor, on price point for these homes?
Well, we'll need representation.
The prices should vary between 1.4 and 1.8.
And now let's get your name and
I'm
address for
sorry,
the record.
Richard Van Clive. I'm the owner of the property.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So that's 1.4 to 1.8 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. There's some talk about this being potentially a gated community. Is that still a consideration?
I would say it's a consideration. It's not set in stone yet, but it is being considered, yes.
Okay.
Considering the caliber of the neighborhood, yes.
Does anybody remember the price point on the Meritage homes? 8.
Leads me into a question for Public Works or our traffic engineer, I suppose. If this was gated community, would there be any concerns with it connecting to Moss if they had the option of York Road as well, and that way, assuming it would split the difference?
Yeah, so regardless of it being gated or not, if it connects to both Moss and to York, we're looking at substantially lower, not an exact 50-50 split, but based on what is shown in the development's traffic study, we're looking at 55% to 45%. So it's pretty much half.
Is splitting it the best option for getting connectivity to Moss?
Yes.
Okay.
I would, on the point of gated communities though, the site does show stubs to the parcel to the north. Gating that really eliminates the point of that.
Yeah. It does. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Maletti.
Again, it comes down to, is this going to develop regardless, whether in the city or the county? Who knows? So again, you're talking about the quality, the standards of Mount Juliet versus what you get in the county. So either way, you get traffic. Either way, you get construction traffic with no road improvements in the county. So, I mean, I don't know. But I would like to motion that for the rentals, that no one owner can own more than two. The entire HOA is capped at 10% rentals.
Got a second from our vice mayor.
No one owner can own more than two.
Got to limit yourself to 2 houses.
Yeah. And then the entire HOA is limited to 10%
It's not hard for some of us.
rentals.
All right, so we have a motion with a proper second. No owner can own no more than 2 properties in there and no more than 10% rental in there. And that would be an HOA, part of the HOA covenants. All right, any questions or comments on the motion? All right, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries. Back on the ordinance as twice amended. Yeah, I'm kind of chewing on this connectivity both ways as maybe the best route to ensure that limit short road as much as possible, but
Suggestion.
and we'll recognize Commissioner Justice.
Is there a possibility, and I'm talking to John and Jennifer at this point, but is there a possibility of there being an initial development road being used as York Road, and then as Meritage develops and they develop that stub, there being an opportunity to connect to that to give the second alternative route out of there? Is that a possibility? The road classification would be a minor collector at that point, correct?
Let me get your microphone, sir.
Oh.
Go ahead, please.
Sorry. There's one stub from the Moss Farm in this location, not any other ones off of York Road. As far as that classification of street and there, if it could, I guess it could, right? I'd have to defer to Public Works on that question about the road classification and all that in the Moss Farm.
Are we asking for classification on York Road or
no
in Moss Farm?
What I'm talking about is the road coming in the Moss Farms, I believe, was considered a minor.
It is currently shown as an access street.
Access only? Okay. I was thinking that Andy Barlow had told me at that point that it was going to be a minor collector and it needed to be upgraded to a major collector before they would be allowed any substantial traffic on it.
So right now we actually don't really have a lot of separation between minor and major collector. We have residential collector and community collector.
Right.
And the difference between an access street and a community, a residential collector is fairly substantial, and it would have significant impacts on an approved lot.
So would the access be allowed if it were a secondary location for people to go in and out of, rather than the primary location for people to go? So if
Yes,
York
sir.
Road were the primary and there was an alternative route for that second location, and that was the going through the Moss Farm coming out on the Bender's Ferry.
Yes, sir. It's my opinion that having connection to both York Road and to the Moss Farm is going to help alleviate the concerns on both.
So my question then from that point would be to the developer would be, is that an option?
Yes, sir. It is currently shown as Moss Farm connection and York Road connection.
So it's currently on the plan as both of those will be available after Meritage ties in.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the primary ingress egress would be from York Road, and then after Moss ties in, that they would have an opportunity to go out both ways, right?
There at that point would be two options, say York Road or the Meritage. Yes.
Sounds kind of like the answer to the
Yeah.
issue. I mean, to allow them to build and do that now with the condition that they tie into the Meritage. And Meritage cannot deny them the opportunity to tie.
No, that goes back to the public access, public roadway access that they stubs there. They have every right to do it.
Okay. Do we know where the sewer's coming from, Tim?
The sewer is coming from Moss Farm.
Okay. There was talk about it coming from across the creek on the.
I think that, Joe can speak to that, but that was initially brought up, but then they decided to take it from the development to the east.
So I guess my question there would be, is the sewer going to be available before the road's available?
Depending on if they build it up that far, they'll probably, there might be some pause. I don't know how fast the Meritage development is progressing, what their schedules are, but that would be contingent on them getting the sewer there.
Okay, so going across the creek is not a viable option.
It's an option, but I'd have to defer to the developer on.
I'm just curious because that was brought up to me as being one of the.
Joe Haddock, CSDG. Good evening. We at this stage with the PMDP, we'd like options, right? Like going under the creek, Cedar Creek, back through Wintry, which goes to a series of pump stations that you are well aware of, and
Right.
everybody on the sport is, and the cost of the bore of that stream, plus obtaining an easement from the Wintry development. We just like options currently as we move into FMDP. We're not saying we wouldn't go that way, but we're not saying we're 100% committed to going that way.
I was just wondering how that would affect your construction time frame.
Yeah, I think it's still in discussion with Meritage, right? We're trying to nail down an exact roadway timing, right? Obviously helps answer some questions that you've heard tonight. And hopefully before second reading, we can have some of, kind of nailed down there. We do know that there will be right of way available for the road connection though, which is the most important thing for tonight. We see.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Juliet.
Shane, going back to my last question. So what size would these lots have to be? Actually, this may be back to John. I apologize, so many people, but so what would the lot sizes have to be if they don't get access to the sewer? If we don't annex this?
40,000 square feet.
40,000. And that would be
40.
so 40,000, and that would be sufficient for the size of the houses on this?
That's our minimum, but it doesn't mean that a sewer or like a septic system would work on that lot necessarily. But you have to have that baseline to even consider something other than connecting to sewer.
So we're seeing, these lot sizes go from 80 down to 40 roughly, or even less than that?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they wouldn't have to go down to 40. You need at least 40,000 square feet if you're not going to be connected to sewer.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying right now, if this was to go back to the county with 80 lots right now.
Yeah.
So we're looking at maybe, let's say 45 lots, but the.
Correct. I don't know
code
what the
requirements
county's standards for sewer would be.
That
So the
that would
minimum
be based
zoning-
on percolation. They'd have to study would have to be determined to see how much area they have to serve to determine the number of lots.
But Commissioner Justice has said it was existing zoning is RS20. Is that correct?
No, that's in the county.
Oh, it's for the county.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay.
On a step system.
For a step. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Thank you. Sorry for all the name calling back and forth on who's going to answer this question. Apologize.
Anyone else? Commissioner Mullally.
Just verifying the request, since I don't guess I have an updated copy. So the proposed zoning instead of RS20 is RS40. Okay. So RS20 is out. All right.
Mr. Hefner.
Thanks. Question. Our sub regs, which have to be followed when developers go to the county. Two things that we updated a couple years ago was 40,000 square foot lot minimums, and then secondarily the sidewalks in the right of way. Question is, has the county given, because they don't want to maintain sidewalks, so have we seen any pushback or any issues or with, and I know we've only had a couple of projects that are in the UGB that fall under those regs, so I'm just curious how that's playing out. Mike?
If it goes into the county, then they can use whatever the county allows, step system, something like that. As far as the sidewalk question, yes, we have. I can't think of the exact project, but they have, I don't know if it was they don't allow them the right of way, so they get pushed into the yard, and then they're like, in this one instance I'm thinking of, they were 5 feet or something off the houses because the county wouldn't allow the sidewalk to go where it needed to, where it ideally should go. Or was it utility? I don't remember the exact reasons, but you do lose control of that's in our subdivision regulations, the sidewalk requirements. So they're still held to that, but.
So I guess that's my question. If the county doesn't want to maintain sidewalks and our subdivision regs, which have to be met, calls for sidewalks in the right of way, what's the county saying about that? Are they denying it?
I'm not aware of any denials per se from them. Are you? Sidewalks, county? As long as they're not in the right of way, like I was.
So it doesn't sound like it would get approved by the county.
Or even if they, would they don't need to necessarily uphold what, because we're not going to be looking at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can just override our subregs.
Yeah, I think
still have to meet our subdivision regulations.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time.
For me,
they just do not allow it in their right of way. Commissioner Justice.
The contention is that they don't want the concrete. They don't have anybody that does inspections for the sidewalks. They don't have anybody that does inspections for any of that concrete. They don't want it in their right of way that they have to maintain and come back and take care of later on. Even if Nature Way is supposed to take care of it, they don't want the concrete.
And I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's sidewalks and stuff for urban requirements. They have to give them the same service they give the 10,000 acre farm out on the other end of the county they're not gonna, they can't really. I mean, they have to get the same service across the board.
Yep.
Anyone else? We ready to vote? All right. All in favor of the ordinance as twice amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? This passes with a vote of 4-1, and it will be back in the first meeting of July for second reading. That's 12D and E. The next item on the agenda is 12F, an ordinance to rezone approximately 11.67 acres of property at 1919 North Mount Juliet Road, map 72P, Group A, Parcel 14, from CRC and CT to CTC PUD, and to adopt the preliminary master development plan for Everett Downs mixed use. Add a motion and a second. 12F is on the table. Commissioner Justice.
We've had considerable conversation about this project. I'm tickled to death. Thank you, Mr. Robinson, for what you do. It's appreciated. My question is about the roadway, because at one time we were talking about putting a grass median in there. Has that changed?
I will say it's been talked about, yes.
I can't hear you. Go ahead. Okay, I vote yes. Let's go.
Just had to go there.
Uh-huh.
Let me get your mic on before you start.
There will be a signalized intersection to get into the site, and they are.
Another red light, in other words?
Yes.
Okay.
But the spacing works out per TDOT, and we supported that, and they're covering costs for that. So.
Commissioner Maleta, you asking? Okay.
And it will connect to the development to the north.
Cross access will be
Yes.
provided ultimately to
Okay.
Division Street.
And all of these apartments are one bedroom. Okay.
There's a number of variances on here requested. Is there someone, I guess maybe John, that you can go through? Do we need to formally adopt these?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going off the staff report. We've got variances 1 through 13 here. I'll make a motion that we adopt all 13 of these variances.
Second.
All right. Motion is second. Any questions or comments on that adoption of 13 variances? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries. Commissioner Hefner.
I know we just voted on this, but there was a parking lot, parking space requirements. It's currently, and this came up in the planning commission, it's currently at 1.5, which is consistent with 1-bedroom apartments. And the variance request, staff did not support that, and they were asking for 2 parking spaces. So what we just voted on, are they putting 2 parking spots in per apartment, or are they putting in 1.5? And that would be item number 7.
It was a variance for 1.5 spaces per unit.
Correct.
Yeah. And I was okay with that because of all of the other parking associated with that development.
So they're going 1.5 or 2?
1.5 is
Okay.
what we voted to do.
Okay, that's what I want to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right. All in favor of the ordinances once amended, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That carries. Be back on the first meeting in July for second reading. And that was a development that has sprouts, if anyone was paying attention to that one. Uh, 12G, an ordinance to amend Part C of the Unified Land Development Code of the City of Mount Juliet, Tennessee, known as Stormwater Ordinance. Got a motion? I'll second. My understanding is this is basically housekeeping items from the state. All right. Commissioner Justice.
Okay, and I appreciate the housekeeping items from the state, but pretty much anytime we deal with the state, we wind up coming out on the short end of any stick we happen to be holding. So I would like, from now on, if we get any housekeeping items, I'd like these to be redlined where we actually know what was. I mean, because I don't really know what this was and what changed. Huh? So
I attached a red line. I'm not sure what ended up coming out.
I don't know.
That can be handled.
And what page was that?
Oh, it was a whole lot of red lines.
Yeah.
And I'm not seeing it here. I don't know.
Say, are these mandated? Or there in other states says you got to do this?
Yes, sir.
If that's the case, why would we even bother him with a resolution or an ordinance? I mean, if their state law tells us to do it. Yeah, I don't want to put it in our code. The state's making us do it. It ain't our code, it's theirs.
So the changes that are proposed to the stormwater ordinance are changes that were made to our MS4 permit, the permit that we get every 5 years or so. Yes, the state tells us we're going to be an MS4, but they also give us a big, thick rule book that say, congratulations, here are the rules that you've got to follow. So our original stormwater.
Congratulations. Is that what you said? Okay.
So our stormwater ordinance was originally approved around 2003, 2004. We've had about 5 different permits since that time. So this does clean the ordinance up a lot. There are some changes that are put forth in it, but this is to try and keep us compliant so that when we do have our audits that the state says, congratulations, you're doing what you're supposed to, and they don't do anything extreme like say, hey, you can't issue any more land disturbance permits, you can't do any more development until you get compliant. In a broad picture, kind of what changes in it, there are a lot of definitions that change. There were some design storms, the engineering components that fall into under our latest permit to get addressed in this new ordinance change. Probably the things that y'all would see the most in the ordinance that we did put out is from MTAS. It's their model ordinance. They did take the model ordinance. They got took it to TDEC. TDEC's legal said, yes, we agree. This is what a model ordinance should look like. So that's what we've presented is a model ordinance from TDEC. Things that changed, as-built for our project have to come within 90 days. They have to be approved from to the city instead of the end of the project, kind of like we do now. Water quality, engineering components have changed. One thing that we have on the detention side is currently we have a 25-year storm event. We're proposed in this ordinance to bump that up to a 100-year storm event, trying to hold more water back.
Okay, you brought up an excellent point. Now, my question would be, what is the difference financially to a business owner who comes in here and instead of having to be prepared for a 25-year event, and now he's going to have to be prepared for a 100-year event? That sounds like more expense to me.
They would have to dig their pond down about 2 feet deeper.
I'm sorry?
They would have to dig their pond down about 2 feet deeper would be that. We can keep the 25-year event if that's what the board would like to do. We were just trying to, Shane, do you have any comments as far as trying to go from the 25 to the 100 that you want to comment on? Okay. One thing in this model ordinance that I would say is much the way in its current form, stabilization. Our current ordinance that we do have is a 90% stabilization. The model ordinance is before you allows for temporary stabilization. That's seed and straw. Don't know if y'all wanted to.
Up to what percentage?
There is no percentage that's tied to it. So I don't know if that's something that the board would want to weigh in or not, but that would allow for a business to get open quicker, but it also probably wouldn't be as green as kind of what we're used to seeing now. So that may be something that maybe want to be discussed. Other than that, it's just buffer requirements that we have been doing in-house. When we do our plan review, it's just codified that a 30 or 60 foot buffer along the stream. And most of the other major changes are basically engineering components of the site.
I have a real problem with the green initiatives coming from the state and coming down here and being put onto us, and we're deemed non-compliant by those initiatives. And those initiatives generally wind up costing somebody money. And generally it winds up being our taxpayers, whether those taxpayers be commercial or residential. So I got some heartburn with this to begin with. I don't know what the answer is. If somebody else has got some suggestions, I'd be tickled to death to hear them. Pretty much anything comes from TDEC is wound up coming from the federal government, which we already know that that's a mess. So is there a way out of this that we don't?
If you didn't make changes to your ordinance, the next time that they came in and audited the city as a whole,
They being
the Tennessee Department of Environment Conservation.
Okay, TDEC.
Yes, sir. I feel that they would find us in noncompliance. What would noncompliance look like? It could be anything from a letter saying you have to address these. It could be a fine. It could go as far as a fine and taking away the ability for the city to issue land disturbance permits. Essentially could be development driven. Most people try not to go down that path, but that would really be up to the state's prerogative to decide what would be an appropriate incentive to try and make us compliant with our MS4 permit.
All right, I think our city attorney has got something to add.
Just on whether we add this or not, they still have to comply with the state regs. And so it's really, for lack of a better term, a favor or heads up to a developer or property owner who wants to develop here to say, oh, thanks for letting me know this so I don't price out my project. And then somebody from the state wanders down and says, oops, you can't do this.
So you're saying you don't recommend that our code tell developers they can do something they can't legally do?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so in the compliance portion of that, when we're talking about going from 25-year event to a 100-year event, is that something that's going to catch us as non-compliant? Or
No,
is that
sir.
something ours?
That is something that Shane, the engineering side of myself, talked about as far as what we wanted to be our design storm event for quantity, not for the water quality. In other words, if you take drop of water, we got to make sure the drop of water is good, not polluted. This would be the same drop of water. How much do you have to store back?
So it's quantity, not quality.
So quality is what's mandated by the permit or by the permit. That's what the lion's share of this, or basically all the ordinance in front of you deals with, is water quality. There is a portion where we were to enter our design storm event, our current design storm event that we've had for, to my knowledge, since the stormwater program was a 25-year storm. We kind of had some consultation back and forth and said, hey, let's, we think it would be better on a flooding issue to try and bump that up to a 100-year storm event.
Okay, let me ask you this. What problem are we trying to fix? Is there a problem out there that exists that we've got to go from 25 to 100 years to fix? What is the problem?
I think would be just localized flooding.
I'm sorry?
Localized flooding when we get big storm events.
So we're having a bunch of lots that are flooded now?
Sometimes, if we get enough rain, we can have flooding.
Lots that we haven't had in the past?
I wouldn't say, no, sir, not lots that we've had in the past, but I mean, we've all.
Are they in the floodplain?
Many of them are, yes, sir.
Okay. So they're already in the floodplain, so the expectation is going to flood. Correct?
I would agree with you on that. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so is this going to change and take those out of the floodplain?
No, sir. It would just be holding the water back for a longer period of time.
Okay. I'm not feeling it. As a matter of fact, I mean, if there's a way to take that or to minimize that, I would prefer to do that. I'm just.
Part of that is also development that is to come. Yes, we're talking about, stuff that's already here, but that's foresight that Adam and I chatted about of what is coming and being proactive in that venture of quantity management.
So what do you see coming that is going to take these out of the floodplain? They're already in the floodplain, so now these,
I don't think they're the same thing. We're talking about two different things.
educate me.
So the floodplain is defined by FEMA.
It's what?
The floodplain is defined by FEMA.
Okay.
So there are standards to build those houses out of floodplain that within our localized floodplain ordinance and the FEMA ordinances. What we are attempting to do with this requirement is hold more water back when storms do come about around the area. Most of the developments that are coming in today are already building the ponds to hold a 100-year storm, as I see and review them.
Okay. Can I ask a favor? If what I would like to do, I'm going to ask that we defer this, and let me explain my reasoning if I can. I'd like to defer this one meeting to give us an opportunity to get the red line version. So what it was versus what it is now. What are mandates from TDEC or the federal government versus what are suggestions from our engineering staff, so that we know the differences. I mean, I understand I've 21 years of being up here. I have seen housework and housekeeping come back and bite us in the rear end. Not saying that y'all are doing that intentionally by any means. That's not what I'm saying. We need to examine it a little closer than what we probably have in the past. So that would be my motion at this point. We just defer one meeting.
I'll second the motion to defer one meeting. Is there any comments on the advisement of deferral for one meeting? All right, all in favor of one meeting deferral, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 12G is deferred for one meeting. 12H, an ordinance to amend to the Mount Juliet City Code, Chapter 2, Article 2, Code of Ethics, Section 2351, use of position of authority to remove D. I have a motion. I'll second. Any questions or comments on 12H? Commissioner Hefner?
This for Gino? Is this in the? Are we in a conflict with state ethics?
No.
So it's not. This isn't cited in any of the state ethics. No. Okay.
It's Mount Juliet original.
The federal government has something prohibiting this type of activity, but not the state.
Okay.
Oh, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This was brought up by Commissioner Heffer, which was actually a good catch. It's been in our ordinance for years, and actually it's probably an oversight at some point. And so we did take it before the Ethics Commission, and they did vote to strike it, and then we wanted to bring it back to the commission for that support as well. Good catch.
All right. Any questions or comments? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? 12H carries on first reading. 12I, an ordinance to amend ordinance 2024-5, Part B of the Unified Development Code of the City of Mount Juliet, Tennessee, known as the zoning regulations, ordinance 2001-29, adopted October 8th, 2001, as amending Article 3, use regulations, adding Section 3, 108, temporary events, uses, and portable buildings to include mobile food vendors, food truck regulations for residential and industrial districts. There's a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on 12I? Commissioner Hefner.
The only thing that I can gather that's changing is we're extending the sunset. Is that correct?
It's correct.
So nothing else is changing?
Just a sunset.
Is there any reason why we just don't do it indefinitely? Why we keep adding new deadlines?
Well, I say that thought did cross my mind of doing it indefinitely, but we have settled the lawsuit too, and it's kind of changed the rules a little bit. So I just wanted to give it more time to ride on out, see where we stand. that is going to have impact on the financials surrounding it. Was my only hesitance.
Okay. That's all I had.
All right. All in favor of 12I, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 12I passes on first. 12J, an ordinance of the City of Mount Juliet, Tennessee, adopt an annual budget, property tax rate, and sewer rates for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025. Have a motion? A second? All right. Yes, got a motion second. All in favor of the budget, please signify. Oh, Commissioner Mullally.
I see Commissioner Justice raised his finger too, so I would like to defer to him to go first.
My finger was attached.
There we go.
Just clarify.
Commissioner Justice, you have the floor, sir.
All right, I'm gonna read something because I'm not sure exactly how to go about doing this, but I am going to read this because I want everybody to understand my motivation here, because it's been questioned. For many years, I was a government employee, and I worked for police departments. Then I worked for the Wilson County Sheriff's Department, where I retired. I raised my kids on a salary that most of you would have laughed at, doing a job that most of you did not want. I did it because of the honor that I felt in doing good for my community, the community that I've been raised in. I did not ever do it for the money. But I always wished that the politicians making the decisions about our pay took into consideration what we were doing and why. And I wish that they had just a glimpse into what it took to pay a house note, put food on the table, pay a light bill and a water bill while you're making $13 an hour. Then you take every side job you can get to help pay those bills. I wish that those politicians had an idea what it was like to save for weeks to buy a new ball glove or pay fees for football or baseball. I didn't just get a glimpse at that. I lived it. So when you hear me fighting for the raises for the employees here, it's so that they never have to miss a ball game because they're working extra pay or extra hours to pay for the ball glove. These people are good, hardworking people with wives and children, and they do a great job. They keep our city running well. They keep us safe from crime. They work the fire trucks and the ambulances, and they keep our roads clean, and our parks are second to none with more on the way. These are the people who grab a shovel and they go knee deep in mud and muck every day, regardless of the temperature. I've heard some say that they knew what the job was and what the pay was when they took a job. To those people, I would say nobody takes a job expecting the pay to stay the same year after year during their employment. We ask a lot of these people, and very rarely are we let down. We have buildings and cars, but the true assets are the people who perform the work, and they provide the services that give us the quality of life that we enjoy. We sometimes tell them thank you, and I will speak for them when I say it is appreciated, but they also want to be recognized for the work they do by paying them a wage they can live on and raise a family on. One of my friends made the comment recently that they wanted the employees to get a competitive wage, and I agree up to that point. The object of the competition, though, is to win. And I think it's time we start setting the bar, and it's time we set the standard for everybody else to come up and meet our standards. Our folks deserve to be number one in pay, as we have been deemed number one in so many categories in our state as a direct result of their hard work. The cost of living increase, COLA, we've heard it talked about this year, is 3.9%. I've asked the department heads to cut additional monies from their operating budget and put that money into their personal budget to give these employees their raises to keep up with the cost of living. In addition, I've also asked that they include a potential 2% merit increase. And if they get high scores on their evaluations, they would receive that additional 2%. And I'm asking this commission unanimously. Thank you. Yes. I want to make sure that everybody gets that 3.9 plus that 2% is what I'm asking for.
Well, you made amendment. Yes, it will require a second. We have a motion and a properly seconded. So we're on the, I guess the motion was to change the current raise from, correct me if I'm wrong here,
It's
2% to 3.9. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was there a current merit raise proposed?
Yes, sir.
2%.
Merit and 2% COLA.
Okay, so this is really so this doesn't involve the merit per se, just the COLA from 2 to 3.9.
Correct. I just want to make sure they get, what I'm looking for is 3.9% plus 2%. And now Dana did explain to me that the merit at 2% was not the same number because of the way it was figured. And I don't see her here to explain that. Oh, there she is back in the back.
Finance director is going to be here for budget.
I couldn't see her for the chief of police head. So. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you. The glare was killing me.
The merit does functions differently than the COLA does. The COLA increases the pay scale as a whole, and the merit is based off, well, one time based off their salary. So it doesn't quite add up to 4% if you do a 2% COLA and a 2% merit.
Exactly. And the merit isn't reoccurring.
Correct. Plus, they're not guaranteed the merit.
Commissioner Hefner.
Thank you. Clarify what you're asking for again. Well, I mean, currently it's 2%, 2%. I'm asking for 1.9 be added to the actual COLA. So that it is the actual COLA. So if we go back, I mean, if we said 2% and 2%, well, then we know the COLA is 3.9%. So if you go backwards and you only give them 2%, you actually just cut their pay.
What was the cost of living increase for last year?
Last year, there was for what we approved.
What was consumer price index?
Oh, it was 3.2% COLA last year. We approved.
That was COLA. What?
That's it.
Isn't COLA based on the consumer price index?
They're very close.
Oh, they are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's.
I don't have that number. I'm sorry, I don't have that number in front of me.
Okay. So it's in line with the 3.9 that Commissioner Justice is proposing.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Basically, it was to take the COLA from 2 to 3.9. It's a 1.9% increase in the COLA.
No, which is fair. We don't want to go backwards. I mean, cost of goods gone up. Consumer cost of goods have gone up. So.
What's the where are we at right now? I know there were some cuts, and I read the sheets on there. What's our deficit as far as our reoccurring costs versus our revenue projections?
It's about 1.3 million.
So it's 1.3. What would this 1.9% do?
It would cost about $551,000 to increase it from 2 to 3.9.
Okay. So this would bring the deficit, the gap, I guess, maybe.
It would increase it to about 1.8.
1.8. Okay.
However, I will say every year we tend to come in higher on revenues than I budget, and we don't spend 100% of our budget. So that's why I'm somewhat comfortable with where we're at. It's not going to break us to do that, to increase it to
You comfortable with the 1.3 or are you comfortable with 1.8?
I'm more comfortable with 1.3.
Okay.
Given that they've cut tremendously from their budgets already. If the ask is to cut further, that concerns me. I cannot cut further from my budget. I cover things like what it costs for Paycor to pay the employees, the audit. And so to cut from my budget would probably result in me coming back to the board for a budget amendment at some point in time.
Commissioner Justice.
Okay. When I was talking about this, one of the things that I had asked the employees or the department heads to do was to cut back on the operations.
Yes, you asked them to cut further.
And they did, is my understanding. Did they not?
I did not ask for those yet. I told them to do that you had asked that.
Correct.
So to have those done, I don't have those cuts. And
Do you remember the numbers? Did we put those numbers down? I've got them on my phone because I send every department head a text message to that effect.
Yeah, I don't think I printed that off. But it was, PD would have had to cut another 188,000. I think fire would have had to cut another 150 or so.
Operational cuts.
Operational only. I was going to have to cut another 11. I think planning was going to have to cut another 11. I think IT was another 13, 14,000. But they have already cut. They've cut 500,000 out of their budget already just to get to where we are now.
And there's more that can be cut.
That's
I,
just
and I
not
offered,
operating.
I did offer to go in there and make those cuts for them. I felt like I was being generous. And they did not take me up on my offer. But, you know, I did talk to those departments, and my understanding was that they were moving forward with those.
I could not put them in the budget at that time.
Okay,
because
so
that
my
was-
question
was
would be
Wednesday,
that
but-
we make this amendment that I'm asking for, the 3.9 plus 2%, and we make it conditional that the department heads are able to find the additions that I asked for.
And what if they are not?
Then it's conditional. So if it's, you know, if they don't meet that criteria, then it doesn't pass. I mean, it doesn't go into effect. At that point, it becomes the department heads that are going to be doing what they need to. I'm sorry.
Vice Mayor.
So, listen, I know when we're talking about, and Commissioner, I agree with you 100%. You know, that's one thing I've always been consistent on is our first responders. It actually goes our kids, first responders, and everything else, right? So, at the workshop, I asked every department head, have you had to go back for an amendment? And right now we're 5 out of 13. So 5 different departments. Now I've talked to almost every department head so far where we're at as of before this meeting and several days before and even a couple weeks before. My only concern with that right there, that conditioning, is the fact that if we have these folks put in any type of any more cuts, that we're going to be seeing this number from 5, maybe even 13 out of 13. That means we're going to have 13 more changes throughout the year. You know what I mean? So, I mean, because some of these departments, correct. Yes. I mean, for every amendment for their budget. So as of right now, so we've got 5 out of 13 that said, yes, they've had to go back to this board for some type of an amendment. Now, some of these were basically because we were looking to either get new vehicles or try and remove something or something, you know, where there was a major disaster or not, I don't want to say a disaster, but emergency, you know what I mean? Like where we were snowstorm, trying to look at salt trucks and so forth, snow equipment and so forth. So I do understand that we're going to have these emergencies. My only concern is the fact that if we ask them to go back and cut any more to their budget, because I mean, you know, like we've looked at some of these numbers, you know, that we're going to have a lot more amendments going back and forth. I mean, if like just for right now, I mean, I'm just going to use fire because they're sitting right in front of me, or even the police. I've talked to both those 2 department heads. If they cut back any more, one emergency will have them come back to us. You know what I mean? So if they have just one, so if they, you know, like if they drop one employee, they don't have any more funding to go ahead and put it back in their budget to be able to go back into rehiring another employee without coming back to this board. So, I mean, I appreciate what these department heads have done, but I mean, but I'm also concerned that we're going to be basically keep amending this budget throughout the 2024 fiscal year. It's just going to be a nightmare.
I don't disagree with you. What I would ask is how many budget amendments did we go through this year in the course of the entire fiscal year? How many?
I don't know.
Anybody know?
I don't know the count, but I got really good at rattling off the ordinance number.
Yeah. So, I mean, at this point, budget amendments aren't anything that we haven't already seen. But that's the reason I'm asking for them to cut in the operations side and then put it over into the personnel. It's to me, it's a very clear option as to what's more important. Yeah, to me, these employees, these guys that get out there with the ditch, and yeah, I'm granted, I was a first responder for 26 years. But that guy that grabbed the shovel the other day and went out and got in that ditch and started shoveling crap. There's no other way of putting that. That guy deserves to be paid.
And that's where my concern is that these department heads may not. I'm like, they've already cut everything. So let's say that we get 8 out of 10 department heads that cut. There's 2 that just don't have it in the budget to cut anything. They ruin it for all, right?
And I will tell you also, there's room in numerous locations for that money. I will tell you, I know of one department that is turning money back in because they didn't spend all of their budget this year.
Commissioner, you mentioned it being conditional if they fund the money for this to take effect. Was that part of your ordinance? If they do not find the money, are you saying that the COLA will default back to what it is currently at 2%?
Because it's going to have to be across the board.
Correct.
You can't do it departmentally.
No, I'm not
that's
asking that. I'm
possible.
just saying if
I don't
somebody
see if
out there
there's any choice there because
can't
you
find
can't.
it, will the raises stay at 2%?
I don't see that there's any other choice.
Were you good?
Unless there's
You
another
seconded.
alternative.
Were you good with that?
I was going to bring this up. When I gave it a second, the condition was not on there. That wasn't what I gave it a second. I gave it a second to increase the COLA to
3.9.
to 3.9. So that was my second. So if you're going to do that, wouldn't you have to do another?
If you're not willing to second that,
Amendment?
then I'll leave the condition off of it.
Yeah,
I'll put it in
I
your.
like the idea of it. I think it creates some problems like Dana. She doesn't have anymore. So
I do not manage the budget. I mean, I don't think any of us do. We leave the management of the budget up to the city manager, city recorder, and the individual department heads. All we can do is make suggestions to try and get an outcome.
all right, can we vote what's on the table? I guess unless you're going to do an amendment to the motion, which would be make it conditional. Isn't that the proper way to do it?
I mean, unless you just agree to it.
You were the seconder. That's why I asked.
Yeah,
Was
so-
Yeah, I didn't second the
you did
condition.
not.
I-
So that's why the question was arose.
So if you wanted to do that, wouldn't you make an amendment to the motion?
That is a method forward. If you are content with the way the amendment was presented, that's the way the amendment is right now. That's what's on the floor. There's no condition on the floor then. If you want to change that, you're welcome to offer an amendment to your amendment.
At this point, I'll just leave it as it is. 1.9% increase in the COLA.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I guess I get to be the guy here to raise the questions. I'm already nervous as can be passing a written budget that's 1.3 short over what we're estimating in revenues. And it has nothing to do with whether somebody deserves or earned 3 or 4 or 5. It has to do with where we are when we're sitting at this table next year. If things don't improve, then adding an extra $500,000 of overhead onto this really just puts us behind the 8 ball again next year unless we get some significant increases, because we already know what the reoccurring expense is going to be next year, at least in terms of personnel. We know what that's going to be. We know it's going to increase already with step raises. Intentionally inviting another $500,000 of that onto myself, while people aren't going to get 1.9% if this doesn't pass, I would rather tell people that you're getting a 2% this year than tell you to go back next year and cut your personnel costs, because that's the only place we've got to cut from to get, because that is the bulk of the expenditures that we're talking about here is personnel cost. So if it comes down to it next year, I don't want to be sitting here saying, go cut your personnel cost, because that's the only pot we've got to pull out of. And that's my fear if we continue to do this. Commissioner Hefner.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. And I stated earlier in the meeting that the uncertainty of what's going to happen in November and Costco, if they're going to come through and deliver on the numbers, although they don't really affect us that much now. But
2 months trailing.
Yeah, I would like to, maybe do this mid-year. We talked about this today. Maybe do a mid-year financial review, and maybe at that time implement some of these or bring back some of these expenses that were cut out, including the pay. That's my suggestion. Do a 6-month look back and see where we're at financially once we get past this election.
I would rather go out there and say, because you definitely worth every penny we pay you. I'd rather go out there and say, here's your paychecks. We're in a comfortable position to say this time next year, everybody gets a paycheck, than just to plow ahead on this. And I don't mean that in any way take away from anybody, but that's just, it's math. It's what's in front of us. Commissioner Justice.
I want to remind somebody here will probably remember hearing this come out of me about 10, 12 years ago when I said we've got to stop using growth dollars coming in from the different developments to supplement our day-to-day operating costs, our recurring costs. Over a period of time, those growth dollars have dwindled. They've gone down to where they're very, very slim. And now we're forced into a position where we're using recurring revenues to pay for recurring expenses. I didn't look in a crystal ball and say that was going to happen. I just knew it was going to happen eventually. And it has. The work, though, has not slowed. The jobs that these people are asked to do every day is not slowed. If anything, while we were growing and we were using that money, their jobs and the responsibilities increased. Now, that's not just, Mount Juliet that happened to. That's all over Middle Tennessee. And we've got departments like Murfreesboro. We've got departments like Lebanon. We've got departments like, I say departments, I'm talking about cities, that they have taken and invested into their people. Now, other employees here at the city of Mount Juliet have seen that. We've lost to various agencies, whether it be fire department or whether it be police department or sewer, whatever it may be. We've lost because in the past we didn't keep up. And like I said, it's time we start being what we are. We're number one, but we're number one because of what they do, not because of anything we do. They need to be paid as if they're number one. Let's take that into consideration. They're our asset. They're the reason people move to Mount Juliet. We're not. Hell, we're politicians. I don't even like them. Good Lord. These people out here that do the job, they're the reason people come here. Let's pay them like they're the reason. We're talking about 1.9% increase. 1.9. Do we need to pass a floating budget that'll get us through December? Or is that what we want to do? But don't cut them short, please.
Commissioner Milletti.
Would anyone entertain a compromise at 3%? Which would be an increase of from 2 to 3.
I tell you what, if you went to 3.2%, I would second that.
Would there be any support for 3.2? I mean, I could make a motion to see, I guess. All right, I'll make a motion to 3.2. Oh, and okay. And Dana, what's the difference money-wise from 550 to the 3.2?
You're probably looking about around 300,000.
300,000. Well, that's quite a bit.
Costco sales were over $1 million in 2 days.
It was one day.
I'm sorry, what was it? Okay.
Commissioner Hefner.
Motion on the floor, but I did have a question, which I think is somewhat relative. Additional pay increases requests, is the CPI and COLA on top of the additional pay increase requests, or
Yes.
is it in lieu of?
It's on top of. We put the pay increases in place and then the COLA factors across the board.
Okay. Do you have the rough estimate of what the total pay increases are over and above?
So police and fire were roughly 880,000, and then the others weren't as much. I know the total pay increases plus positions was about $1 million, but the other pay increases weren't that much. Maybe 100,000.
Okay.
For all the departments across the board.
Was this based on what, a pay study, or?
They looked at pay in other areas.
So the pay study we did back in 2020,
Mhm.
which was a 15 municipality average, which I think took into account Franklin and Brentwood. It did, actually it did. How is that trending now that we're in 2024? Because the original intent was, because there was some pretty, there was, I think, captain fire department was like 45% below a 15 city average.
Yeah.
Which was ridiculous. And that was only 3 years ago. So the goal there was over a 2-year period of time, get everybody within, like right at within 5%.
Which is what we did.
And we've maintained that.
We've seen the
Right.
increases, and we've increased similar to what other cities have increased. So they should be within a range of 5%.
How long would it take to re-up the 15 municipality pay study? Could it be done before the second reading?
I don't know if I could do that before second reading.
Oh, you don't think it can be done?
I don't know.
Can we
That's a
make some
lot of
assumptions?
information.
Can we make some calculated assumptions, like
I can give it a shot. Yeah.
applying
I will give
CPI,
it- yeah.
applying CPI every year, compounding it, because every year it's it add.
Because I can enlist HR and pull some
Just
salary data.
with some of the pay increase, and I don't know who or where they are. You mentioned the departments, but I wouldn't mind comparing what is the ask now to that original 15 city municipality average, which does take into account. And these are all 15 cities, if I remember correctly. They're all within similar population.
Right.
So it was a really good comparison, a good benchmark. So we're not up here guessing.
Right.
And that wouldn't be a bad idea to take a look at least for me. I don't know about anybody else, but and I do agree. We need to pay our folks more than the average, but what is that more than the average? I don't know what that is, and especially given the uncertainty of the economic outlook, I don't know. I'm uncomfortable going into $1.3 million deficit on a budget, let alone in 1.8. So 85% of our cost is wage. We're a service business. We're a service-oriented business.
Yeah.
That's what we do. We provide a service to citizens of Mount Juliet. So with that is a large labor expense. So we just need to be caught. So anyways, getting back to what I was saying, I'd like to see that if you can, or make some assumptions so we can take a look at.
I'll do my best.
Commissioner Justice.
Just so we're clear on what we're talking about, instead of 3.9, we're talking about 3.2. All right. What I would like to do is to make sure that this is worded in such a way, if with your permission, you made it so that we do 3.2, and then we come back and reevaluate in December. And in December, we look at the possibility at that point of raising it up to 3.9. after we look at it again at the halfway mark. Is that acceptable?
Okay, we have a motion that's been seconded to amend the original motion. The motion is to replace 1.9 with 1.2 with the revision, possibility of a revision in December. Commissioner Mullally.
Clarification, this is across the board regardless of title.
Correct.
And position.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
All right. All in favor of replacing 1.9 with 1.2 with the option of review in December, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed to that change? So we're back on the amendment to change the 2% cost of living to 3.2% with the option to review in December. That is the amendment that's on the table. Any questions or comments on that one before we vote? All right. All in favor of changing the COLA from 2 to 3.2 with the option to review in December, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. I think that carried by a vote of 3-2, so that prevailed. So we're on the ordinance. So we were at 1.3, you said 300, so 1.6 is your projected deficits right now. Okay. All right, we're back at the budget once amended. Commissioner Mullally.
I just want it noted that the property tax and the sewer rates are not increasing.
Correct.
And the BOC does not get a pay increase, nor are we asking for one. So I want that recorded for public record.
All right, any other questions or comments? Any comments, City Manager?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, I want to commend the department heads for working so hard this year and fine tuning their budgets. I appreciate each and every one of you. I also appreciate each and every member of the commission. We know these decisions are difficult. We know your hearts individually and that you're trying to do the best for not only us, but for the citizens. So we do appreciate you. And I think every employee feels that exact same way. We understand their tough decisions.
Correct. All right. All in favor of the budget on first reading with one amendment, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. So this carries on first reading by a vote of 4-1. The next items on our agenda is under consent agenda. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll start with 13A, a resolution approving an amendment to the agreement between the City of Mount Juliet, Tennessee and Kimberly Horn for construction, engineering, and inspection services for the Lebanon Road Sidewalk Phase 3 project and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement. 13B, a resolution approving an agreement between the City of Mount Juliet, Tennessee and Kimberly Horn for consulting services to develop a safety action plan for safe streets for all SS4A programs and authorize the mayor to sign the agreement. 13C, a resolution calling for an election on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024 for the offices of expiring term of mayor and commissioner for District 1 and District 3, each with 4-year terms. And 13D, a resolution of the City of Mount Juliet, Tennessee, authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement to the agreements by and between the City of Mount Juliet and the Architect Workshop and the parent company for engineering and paving services. 13E is a resolution declaring the City of Mount Juliet, Tennessee Police Department vehicles as surplus to be disposed of on GovDeals auction. Motion? Second? Any questions or comments? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda carries. It puts us on to 14A, a resolution approving the purchase and sales agreement for the property located at 6485 Central Pike, Mount Juliet, Tennessee, located at map 97, parcel 19, for $780,000 and 25,000 and no, and authorize the city manager to sign the agreement and close on the property. When I said no, it was no sense. So, and it actually sounded like I had no sense when I read it that way. So we have a motion and a second. Questions or comments? All in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That passes. 14B, a resolution authorizing the city manager to have a purchase agreement prepared to purchase approximately 4.31 acres of commercial property being at map 721, Group A, Parcel 22, 19, 18, and 17 for $4 million located at the corner of North Mount Juliet Road and East Caldwell Street. Your motion and a second. Any questions or comments? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 14B carries. 14C, a resolution amending Resolution 2624 passed on April 22nd, 24 to change the membership requirements to match those that were mentioned on the May 7, 2024 Board of Commissioners and Parks and Greenway Joint Work Session. Have a motion. I'll second. Any questions or comments on 14C? Commissioner Mullally.
This increases the number from 9 to 11, correct? Basically is what it does.
I believe you are correct. We went through the notes from the work session and just tried to get the resolution matching the
Yeah. 'cause it
matching
was-
what was talked about.
Okay, you're talking about mine. Okay.
Yes. Trying to make us legal for less.
Now, I do have a question though. All of these committee members that have been nominated, at what point are we going to vote on them? And at what point are we going to vote on a BOC member to serve on the committee?
Commissioner Justice.
First of all, we've already had one meeting. I led the meeting, and then we're having one other meeting, and then we're pretty much at that point turning it over to the Parks Board. So,
I'm sorry. Let me get you back on.
I'm sorry.
So it's the Parks the Parks Board going to vote on the committee members, not the BOC?
The committee members have already been sent in, and we just had a meeting last Thursday. Of the first, your committee member was there.
Well, I wondered
there
if he
wasn't
was
a
there
vote
because he
on it.
didn't initial that he was there.
Give me his name. What was his name?
Seth Zamick.
He was not there. I'm sorry.
I haven't named my member yet.
No, he had named his vice mayors and Commissioner Hefner's members were there. My member was there. And then we're having the input session Thursday night, basically to get input from the community on Thursday night. And then there will be one more meeting, and that meeting will be to take and formulate all the information and take the stuff we got from Mason, Ohio, put that all into a group setting to put that into the Parks Board's hand.
I am curious though, how come an invitation wasn't sent out to every member of this board?
I don't know. Wasn't in charge of that, so I couldn't tell you.
I'll take the blame. I sent out the invitation to the people that were on the list that I took from an email from Parks. Vice Mayor Trivett sent in his after the list was compiled. I added that one. The person who would have handled this in the Parks Department was out of town. So I was just trying to get the invitation out since the meeting was called very quickly and get it noticed in the paper.
Yeah.
Sheila,
And I don't
you're
have
the
an
best.
appointment yet to
Thank you.
to put in.
I'm a little ticked.
So anyway, to make these committee members official, don't they have to be, doesn't there have to be an actual vote like all our other?
This is an ad hoc committee. This is not a committee that has the power to vote anything into existence. This committee is doing nothing more than researching ideas and bringing those ideas and formulating those ideas to put them into the hands of the Parks Board. Now, the Parks Board, I will tell you, is also an ad hoc committee. So, they have recommendation power, but they don't have actual.
Well, no, they don't, but aren't they appointed officially with the vote?
Yes, but I guess the difference is our ordinance says I bring nominations and they're adopted by the board.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Most of our boards state that.
Yeah.
But we have really only this resolution we're amending tonight that set up this committee. And it never mentioned that I remember that the members would be voted on.
No.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering.
My point and all that, there's no reason for me to vote on the person that you appoint. You want them on there, you put them on there. Commissioner Hefner, the same thing. There's no reason for me to vote on his appointment to this because their input is pure research, pure development. Their input is to give us information. It's not like the planning commission where they actually have a recommendation to the board of commissioners. This group answers to, I think, Commissioner Vice Mayor, you're on the Parks Board, right? So this information that we get from this group and we put together with all the ideas, we're sending that to them. Then they will take and put that into an order and into a notebook, if you will, and bring it to the Board of Commissioners for us to vote on. By that time, we should have a budget. We should have plans to a certain point. We have a layout. We've got opportunities to talk about that. Talk about the Mason, Ohio kind of a theory of how that might be adopted here, or maybe Bowling Green. But those are things that the Parks Board will decide, not this group.
Okay.
Well, I just got to say, just to clarify why I put this on here is because the resolution that we passed said we were doing one thing, and then we turned around and did another thing.
Mm-hmm.
And if that part of that resolution didn't mean anything, then you could draw the conclusion that the rest of the resolution didn't mean anything if we weren't going to follow that. So
Well,
that's why I wanted to bring this. That's why I wanted to bring the resolution into compliance with what the actual actions have been so far. That's my goal for bringing this.
So we're complying.
If it passes.
But
it does not, to the commissioner's point, it does not say about how the members would appoint. I do this. I'll make I'll make I'll make an amendment that each member gets to appoint somebody, and just, will that work? And then we just say it's
I
appointment
mean, yeah,
without
I was
bullet
just
point.
asking, since we normally appoint people.
Or if there's no objection to it, is there any objection to everybody just appointing based on the resolution? Will that work? Okay.
So we have gone from 11 to 5. No.
From 9 to 11.
9 from 11.
You're 5 plus there were.
Yeah, there's our 5 plus the rest.
Plus the 6 that were members of the business community.
Originally 9.
Yes.
So what are the other 3 come from? Or 2?
I think
Well,
we
one-
dropped the BPAC member.
Yeah,
and
one is BPAC
We dropped the BPAC or added the BPAC?
added.
the ordinance that we have passed says BPAC as a member.
And then we've added back in? Is that?
I'm about to pull up the text here.
Starting to sound like government.
Okay, this resolution that we're voting on tonight. One city commissioner, one person from Parks and Greenways Board, one person from the chamber, one member from BPAC, 2 business owners, and an appointment from each member of the BOC.
Yeah.
I can go pull what we approved a couple of meetings ago that had 9 members, but I
Yeah.
do not have it with me tonight.
Is this matching what's currently going on? What's chaptered in
Yes.
there?
Yes.
Okay. This amendment matches what met Thursday minus my appointment.
Mhm.
So 10 people met.
The ones that were present.
Yeah.
10 people were not present.
There's 9, actually, or 8 that were there, I think. There were actually several that were there.
My list is in my office.
We had Rob Porter was there. I mean, there were many people here.
Well, those are the advisors.
Correct.
They were different than the members.
So who picked the 2 business owners? I did. Yeah, I just people who wanted to work and be involved and throw out the ideas. If I overstepped, I apologize. I just didn't know. Yeah.
So how do we determine the BOC member who's going to serve on this committee?
Do you want me to step down?
No, I don't know.
I mean, if you need me to, I will.
We normally vote. That's the reason I'm questioning the process, like to make it official, I guess. I don't know. Just wondering.
I would like to nominate myself.
I'll nominate Commissioner Justice.
Thank you.
He did, he nominated himself.
Okay.
Larry just did.
Any objections to appointing Commissioner Justice to this glorious role? I'm not hearing any. So
You're in. Thanks.
Okay, we're official.
After the meeting, I already had.
Commissioner Justice.
I'm sorry. I get the 3.9% increase. Yeah.
3.2.
3.9% of 0 is what?
3.2.
Scott's asking you a question.
Sure do. Chris, the business owner.
Chris
Chris
Houston.
Houston. Yeah, Chris Houston, Sherry Arnold from Third Coast Salt, and Sean Glover was there. She's one of the advisors of the finance department. Yeah, they're all from my district.
Our attorney has left the building.
You what? I don't have a clue.
Sally. It's
No.
Sally.
Nobody's been appointed by VPAC?
No, because
Sally.
we didn't have, it was only 9.
She
We had to
left
increase
Sally.
it to 11 to get the BPAC in there.
Oh, I thought everybody was there except for. I'm really confused.
Well, there were some people appointed, but they weren't present. That's maybe a better way of saying it.
It's actually guys, 2 or 3 that were.
Yeah.
There were several not there.
Yeah. Jennifer, you need to start asking these questions earlier in the meeting.
And I won't be at the next, any of the next.
All right. Any other questions or comments? All in favor of 14C, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? 14C carries.
Yeah.
And with that, that brings us to item number 15, which is adjournment. If there's no objection, we will adjourn. Hearing none, we're adjourned.
He does that so loud.